All right, so here we go as we get ready for the fifth game. We are back live on Facebook and on YouTube. Remember, we had to change out the feed because of, obviously, Facebook and YouTube rules. But the good news is we are back, and we're not going to have to change anything the rest of the night. All right, so next game is going to feature Neelyville. They will take on the Eminence Red Wings. Should be a really good matchup. If you're on the new feed, make sure and hit that share button for us on Facebook if you don't mind. Let us know where you're watching from. And most importantly, on YouTube as well, make sure hit that subscribe button for us. We're going to go over these two teams in great detail coming up during the course of our ball game. I'll tell you now that Coach Casey Yardley of Eminence, he has been there 5 years, 59-60 during his career. His first game this season begins right now for Neelyville. It is Brad Burden. He has been there 3 years. He is 30-25 on his career with a record of .545. We'll go over all of the statistics and all of the numbers coming up throughout this contest. Let's go down courtside for the starting lineups.
River Challenge is the 19th annual, sponsored by First Midwest Bank. Let's meet the starting lineups for tonight. First, for the visitors on the scoreboard, the Neelyville High School Tigers. Number 1, Zach Rollins. Number 2, Zach Cowley. Number 5, Drew Shans. Number 24, Casey Stevens. And number 33, Carson Parker. The Tigers are coached by Brandon Burton and Travis Hale. Now for the home team on the scoreboard, the Eminence High School Red Wings. Number 2, Eddie Rich. Number 3, Carter Blackburn. Number 13, Keaton Ralph. Number 24, Logan Sullivan. And number 40, Drew Foster. The Red Wings are coached by Casey Yardley, Tony Vincent, and Brian Foster.
All right, so there you go. Those are the starting lineups for both teams, and we are now ready for the opening tip-off between these two teams. It is a First Midwest Bank tip-off. It'll be Drew Foster for the Red Wings. It'll be Zach Cowley for the Neelyville Tigers. Cowley is a 6-foot junior. Also, Drew Foster, he is a 6'3" senior for the Red Wings. Here we go. It is time now for the First Midwest Bank tip-off, and we are underway. It'll be controlled by the Eminence Red Wings. They're wearing their home white jerseys with the red trim, the red numbering. Neelyville is wearing their maroon away jerseys with the gold trim and the gold numbering. So now Foster looking for a lane down low, offensive foul. He lowered that shoulder. Eminence, the starting five, it looks like this. Eddie Rich, a 6'3" senior. Number 3, Carter Blackburn, a 5'11" senior. Number 13, Keaton Roth. He is a 5'11" senior. Number 24 is Logan Sullivan, 5'9" junior. And Drew Foster, a 6'3" senior. Long three is off the mark. It's no good. The offensive putback is there for Neelyville as Carson Parker is able to get the offensive board, and the first 2 points belong to Neelyville. Speaking of Neelyville, their starting five, it looks like this. As we see, a reverse layup is no good by Blackburn. He got his own missed shot and cannot connect. It's going to go out of bounds. A last touch by Eminence. Zach Rollins is a 5'8" junior. Also number 2, Zach Cowley, a 6-foot junior. Number 5, Drew Shans, a 5'8" senior. Number 24, Kason Stevens, a 6'5" senior. Number 33, Carson Parker, a 6-foot junior. starters and the heights for both teams here this afternoon. It is game 5 of this first day. Turnaround jumper is no good by Stevens. Here is the rebound and a trip, and I believe Foster got the rebound there. Going to be a foul coming up on Neelyville. Zach Cowley is going to be calling for the foul. Eminence, by the way, they were last district champions the same year they won state, which was all the way back in 2017, 2018. They just changed the foul, by the way. It's not going to be on Zach Cowley. It is going to be on Drew Shands instead. Yep, Drew Shands. I see Jay Piles giving the 5 there. So Eminence, their last district championship, same year they won state, was back in 2017, 2018. Three-pointer is no good by Blackburn. Good rebound by Foster. He goes up, it's no good. Rebounded by the Tigers. Zach Rollins in company gives it to their big man, Kason Stevens. It is now a 4-0 game. Neelyville has another offensive foul. This one's on Carter Blackburn. That is 2 times Neelyville has stepped in and taken a charge. 6:06. Have I told you that we still have a whole nother day to go tomorrow? There's a quick steal. This one by Eddie Rich, and he'll dunk it home. Barker's towing an auto repair replay. That was a big-time dunkaroo there by Eminence. That was a nice steal. There's that replay for you. Man, that was nice. Foul going to be called on Keaton Roth rather. 3 team fouls here early on. Zach Rollins going down the lane. It's going to be blocked. Going to be blocked as Sullivan gets the loose ball rebound. It is a 4-2 ball game. Three-pointer from the wing. A Country Road Market three-pointer by Eddie Rich. It is now a 5-4 lead. There's a three-pointer. This one by Kason Stevens, Country Road Market three-pointer. It is now a 7-5 ball game. We're going back and forth. I like it, the way we're going. Missed shot there by Eminence. Zach Rollins is going to bring it down the floor. Here is Drew Shands, and his shot is up and good off the backboard. It is now a 9-5 game. Eminence is going from left to right. Foul on Kason Stevens. It'll be his first foul. Team foul number 2 right now for Neelyville. Inbounding it, nearly a turnover. It will be, as Shands takes it away. Nice shot there by the Tigers. It is now 11-5. All of a sudden, Neelyville getting some momentum. Foster's shot is no good. It is rebounded by Drew Shands. Stevens outside to Rollins for 3. It's going to be short this time. Rebounded by Sullivan. Foster cannot buy a bucket right now. Still cannot buy a bucket, but he will draw the contact. And he will shoot some free throws coming up, presented by Bank of Grandin. And that'll be a foul on Carson Parker. His first foul. He's got 4 points on the afternoon. Foster, 2 free throws coming up. First one is in there. It is now 11-6. 11-6 is your score. Current River Challenge presented by First Midwest Bank. Second one is no good by Foster. And it's going to be last touch by Neelyville. It'll go right back to Eminence. It is a 5-point game. This shot is up and it's good by Carter Blackburn. 11-8 now the score. Remember, if you know somebody that was watching this before, we had to switch over to a new feed. You may want to let them know. Good move inside as Zach Calley. It is now 13-8. Boy, Calley's doing a great job here early on in this one. Eminence, both teams coming in for their first game of the year. Eminence, a season ago, was 16-9. Neelyville was 16-11. Got a foul coming up. This one on Carson Parker. Gonna see Kai Wolfram coming in for Parker. And we've got a 30-second timeout gonna be called here by Eminence. The first timeout of the ball game. Our ball game here today is proudly presented by our good friends at First Midwest Bank. First Midwest Bank is invested in the people who make up the communities we serve. Stop by one of First Midwest Bank locations or visit them at www.onemidwest.com. Member FDIC. It is First Midwest Bank. It is a proud supporter of this year's Current River Challenge, 19 years strong and going. 13-8 is your score. Eminence now to inbound underneath their own basket. Long pass out to Foster. Gonna go inside, knocked away. Good defense by Zach Calley. Thirteen to 8 now. They lob it in. Foster trying to break away. He does. His first bucket. It is now 13-10. A good move by Foster. Had to establish himself in the paint. Was able to do just that. So Van Buren and Delta coming up after this one. And then Chadwick and Richland. A Country Road Market three-pointer. Drew Shands again. He's got 5 points, his first three-pointer of the ball game. 2:24 and counting. Three-pointer coming is off the mark this time by Sullivan. Rebounded by Kaysen Stevens. 2:12. Goes out of bounds, and they're going to say last touch by Neelyville. Make sure and hit that share button for us on social media on the inbound. Blackburn makes it a 4-point game again. Hit that share button. Let us know where you're watching from this Friday afternoon. A lot of folks hanging out with family right now, getting ready now for Christmas. It is that time of year. Going inside to Stevens. Stevens one-on-one with Blackburn right now. Tries to lob it in to Calley. It goes off of Eminence, and it will stay with Neelyville. Coming in now is Morgan Ipock. Number 1 for the Red Wings, Logan Sullivan coming out. Ipock is a 5'9" junior. On the inbound, Stevens' shot is no good. Here comes the Red Wings. Oh, good job by Kaysen Stevens on the steal. Stevens on the steal. 1:10 to play here in the first quarter of play. Drew Shands took one too many steps. Turnover on Neelyville. Coming in now for Coach Brad Burden. Owen Connors checks in for Drew Shands. Owen Connor, a 5'10 senior. The Red Wings will have Morgan Ipock, Eddie Rich, Carter Blackburn, Keaton Roth, and Drew Foster. For Neelyville, it is Zach Rollins, Zach Calley, Kai Wolfram, Kaysen Stevens, and Owen Connor. Big steal by Wolfram. Coming back in momentarily, Logan Sullivan for Eminence. Under a minute to play here in the first quarter. Rollins wanted that three-pointer but backed away from it. It is a 16-12 score. Pretty close contest here in the early going. Rollins now by midcourt. Somehow maintained his dribble. Him and Morgan Ipock was going one-on-one. And now we get a whistle here. It's going to be a foul against Eminence. It's going to be on Drew Foster, and that's going to be his second personal. And now Logan Sullivan back in. On the other end, coming out for Coach Brad Burden. Kai Wolfram on the inbound. It's no good. Stevens could not drop it. Neelyville will retain possession. Carson Parker is back in for offensive purposes. Here is a three, no good. At the end of one quarter, it is a 4-point ball game. Neelyville leads it 16-12. We're coming right back in 30 seconds. You're watching live coverage. It is the Current River Challenge. It is presented by First Midwest Bank.
Barker's Towing and Auto Repair. As the name suggests, Barker's does more than just towing.
Here at Barker's, we offer a complete line of automotive services, including tires, brakes, alignments, maintenance, and repair.
And for our car enthusiasts, you'll enjoy our speed shop for quality performance parts.
We are locally owned and look forward to earning your business.
And for those times that you need a tow, Barker's Towing is available 24/7 for all of your towing and auto recovery needs.
It's Barker's by request, 573-785-7811.
All right, so here we go as we get ready for the second quarter of play. I'm Frankie Castillo alongside Tim Hicks. Neelyville out to a 4-point game at the current moment. It'll be Eminence basketball as we are underway here in the second quarter of play. Logan Sullivan back in, Carter Blackburn rather. Big man versus big man. Foster cannot get the shot to go down. Foster could not get that shot to go down. And we're going to get a travel on Zach Rollins. Morgan Ipock stays in the ball game. Eddie Rich rounds out the 5. And now we're going to get a whistle and it's going to be a foul away from the ball. This one's going to be on Ipock. Turnover on the Red Wings. First team foul of the second quarter. Long three-pointer is no good, and we've got a whistle and a foul. He was fouled in the air, they're saying. Coach Burden is kind of confused as well. I thought they called the foul on Kaysen Stevens. I thought it was in the air when he came up. So no foul. I guess it was when he went up. It was a warning, it looks like. So now Kason Stevens is going to be called for the travel. The Red Wings are shooting just 36% so far, 5 out of 14. Neelyville shooting 7 of 13 early on. I see a lot of Delta fans starting to arrive here in Van Buren. They've got the next game against the home team of Van Buren. Good move inside by Foster, cannot come down with it. It's going to be Neelyville's ball. Our ball game today is brought to you by Meisel's Rock and Dirt, also Jumpin' Rentals. Keith Parker, Missouri Farm Bureau agent. Turner Excavating LLC and McSpadden Funeral Home of Van Buren and Elsinore. It is 16-12. It has been that way for a long time. No team has scored so far in this quarter. Oh, that one rims out. It hit every inch of that rim before it went down. Oh, good block. Good block by Blackburn. Now a scramble, and it's going to be out of bounds on Neelyville. Coming in now for the Tigers, it'll be Owen Connor for Zach Rollins. 6:24 to go here in the first half. Neelyville leading by 4. It is the first game for each. $6:14 to go. Oh, good move inside to Foster. Boy, he got position. He's got 5 points. That was a nice move by Drew Foster. Kason Stevens, long pass out to Callie. Callie back over to Stevens. Stevens tries to go baseline, dumps it off inside, and out of bounds. Turnover on Neelyville. That is their 7th turnover of the first half. Eminence has 6. The Red Wings and the Tigers. Long three-pointer. That one is off the mark. It's no good. Eddie Rich could not come down with it. Shands with the rebound. Owen Connor, top of the key. Back over to Zach Callie. Callie, long two-pointer. No, sir. Good rebound by Carson Parker. Offensive board by the Tigers. Tries to dump it off inside, knocked away by Eminence. So Morgan Ipock is going to come to the bench. 5:12 to go here in the opening half. Three-pointer upcoming, it's good. A Country Road Market three-pointer. And as soon as he let it fly, Coach Yardley knew all about it. He was not happy with the way the defense broke down. 19-14, a big shot. That is the first points of the quarter by either team, by the way. So Foster dumps it off to a wide open Eddie Rich. Good move by Eddie Rich to get position. He's got 7 points. He's got 7 now. Callie works it over to Drew Shands. Shands had it lost for a moment. Now we get a whistle and a foul. Believe it's going to be on Eminence. Keaton Roth. And now Zach Rollins and Kai Wolfram coming in. And Drew Shands, Owen Connor taking a seat. Zach Callie going to inbound. 4:20 to go in the first half. It is a 19-16 ball game. Each team with 1 bucket here in the second quarter so far. Carson Parker trying to get that layup, no good. Blackburn, good move to Foster. Could not finish the first time, but counted and one coming up. Foster now with 7 points here in the first half, and he can tie the ball game with a Bank of Grandin free throw. Misses the free throw. Rebounded by Carson Stevens. Stevens, reverse layup is no good. So Stevens could not get the reverse layup, and neither could Eddie Rich. Both on each end tried to do the reverse layup and could not get it to go down on either side. 3:34 and counting. The Red Wings have 3 fouls this quarter. Neelyville's got 1. Still, we're not in the bonus as of right now. 1 point game. Good move at that time by Carson Parker. Carson Parker able to establish himself. And now we're going to get a whistle and a foul. 3:10 to go before halftime. And that'll be a foul coming up on Zach Rollins. 21-18 your score. This is game 5 of 7 here in the first day. Big shout out to our good friends at First Midwest Bank. Long 3, it's money. A Country Road Market 3-pointer, and we are tied at 21. He's got 10 points, talking about Drew Foster. 10 points of their 21. They've got 3 players who have scored. 10 by Foster, 7 by Eddie Rich, and 4 by Carter Blackburn. Callie cannot get the shot to go down. Here comes Foster on the other end. Foster gives his team a 2-point lead. Delay of game warning on Carter Blackburn. And now we're going to see Drew Shands back in the fray. Kai Wolfram taking a seat. 2:16 to go. Someone turned that AC on, Tim.
Yeah.
He's like, I can feel it. It was pretty warm in here earlier, not right now. Coming up on the 2-minute warning here in the first half. Rollins now with it. Outside to Parker. Parker gonna drive it, kicks it outside to Shands. Shands back over to Parker. No good on the jump shot. Blackburn lost it. Oh, what a good job by Drew Shands as he come flying in. And it'll be a foul on Shands, but you gotta respect the hustle by Drew Shands. Obviously, he wanted the jump ball, but I tell you what, that was a great move by Drew Shands to try anyway to come up with that ball. 1:37 to play in the first half. Eddie Rich shot is no good, and we're going to get a foul away. It's going to be on the rebound attempt. It'll be against Eminence. They've got the scoreboard wrong. I believe that's going to be Keaton Ross' 3rd foul. Not there. Now they got it changed. It said first, but it was his 3rd. Zach Rollins now back over to Callie. Neelyville Tigers looking to get off to a great start here on opening night for them. You're fine, Tim. Don't worry about it. I'll adjust. Coming up on 1 minute. Stevens back outside to Carson Parker. Parker inside the lane. A jump shot is no good. Rebounded by Keaton Roth. Sullivan, long pass out to Eddie Rich. 45 seconds. Roth now by the free throw line. Pull-up jumper is going to be short off the front end. Rebounded by Stevens. And here comes Cowley, and he'll draw contact. It's going to be against Eminence. It's going to be on Logan Sullivan. So 2 free throws upcoming, presented by Bank of Grandin so far. Neelyville has not been there tonight to this point. Eminence is just 1 out of 3. First one is up and good. So Camden Wolfram knocking down the free throws. It is a tie ball game at 23. Camden Wolfram just checked in a moment ago and sank a couple of free throws to tie it. Out of control there. A steal by Wolfram. And they've got it to Stevens, and Stevens could not make the shot. And we are where we started 16 minutes ago. It is tied up at 23. We have reached halftime of this 5th ball game. Boy, these two, I'm watching the coaches on both sides, and let me tell you, neither one wants to get off to a bad start on opening night. Both want a win here today in Van Buren. Let's go to a 3-minute break. We'll come right back. We'll have a lot more. It is our halftime report coming up next. It's all being brought to you by PB Realty, Legacy Farm and Land Specialist. You're watching exclusive coverage. It is the Current River Challenge. It is presented by First Midwest Bank. We're back in 3 minutes.
Tired of wondering where your meat comes from? Country Road Market has the answer. We're bringing the farm straight to your table. From fresh cuts to custom processing, we do it all. Bring us your deer, hog, or cattle, and let our expert butchers work their magic. Skip the grocery store and support your local farmers. Country Road Market is located at 558 County Road 507, just off Highway KK in Wapapillo.
Barker's Towing and Auto Repair. As the name suggests, Barker's does more than just towing.
Here at Barker's, we offer a complete line of automotive services, including tires, brakes, alignments, maintenance, and repair.
And for our car enthusiasts, you'll enjoy our speed shop for quality performance parts.
We are locally owned and look forward to earning your business.
And for those times that you need a tow, Barker's Towing is available 24/7 for all of your towing and auto recovery needs.
It's Barker's by request. 573-785-7811.
All right, so we are back here at halftime. It is a tie ball game, a 23-all. Let's break it all down. Let's talk about Eminence. They are shooting 10 of 27 overall. They are coming in at 37%. They are 2 out of 6 from behind the arc, 14 rebounds. They've got 3 assists, 7 turnovers, 2 block shots, and 2 steals. On the other end, Neelyville, they are 9 of 23 so far, 39%. They've got 7 turnovers as well, 11 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 steals. They are 2 of 2 on the free throw line, and they are 3 out of 6 on the three-point line here so far. Neelyville outscored them 12, or make that 16 to 12 in the first quarter. Eminence outscored 11 to 7 for a tie ball game. Let's go ahead and talk about the individual scoring. Drew Foster leads the way right now with 12 points. He's got 1 assist, 5 rebounds in the ball game for Eminence. And then from there, 7 points by Eddie Rich. He's got 7 points, 1 assist, 1 rebound, and 4 by Carter Blackburn. And that is it so far, just 3 scores for Eminence. Over on Neelyville side, leading the way right now is Kason Stevens. He's got 8 points. Stevens has 8 points, 5 rebounds. Carson Parker with 6 points, also to go along with 2 rebounds as well. 5 points by Drew Shands, 2 assists, 2 rebounds, 2 points by Camden Wolfram on a couple of free throws, 2 points by Zach Kelly. That is it. By the way, timeouts are no issue as well, as Eminence right now with 4 timeouts and all 5 by Neelyville. As we continue here from the first day of the Current River Challenge in this broadcast, it's all being brought to you by our good friends at First Midwest Bank. Other supporters, we want to say thank you to them as well. They are Mizell's Rockin' Dirt, Jumpin' Rentals, also Keith Parker, Missouri Farm Bureau agent, also Turner Excavating LLC, McSpadden Funeral Home of Van Buren and Elsinore, Comfort Kings of Southeast Missouri, also being brought to you by Countryside Chevrolet, Lay It On Me Graphics, Van Buren Tire, also being brought to you by S&T Contracting, Country Road Market, Senator Jason Bean, PB Realty, Legacy Farm and Land Specialist. Also being brought to you by Bank of Grandin, Missouri Highlands Healthcare, Empower Financial Group USA, Barker's Towing and Auto Repair, and being brought to you by First Midwest Bank. All right, we're going to step away for about 3 minutes. We're going to come right back, and we will get to the second half. It is a tie ball game, 23-all, and coming up to begin the second half, it should be Eminence basketball. As soon as we come back, we are all tied up at 23. You're watching live coverage. It is the Current River Challenge. It is presented by First Midwest Bank. We're back in about 2.5 minutes. All right, so we are about ready to begin the second half of play. I'm Frankie Castillo alongside Tim Hicks. It is our 5th game of the afternoon. We've got 2 more games on the menu. After this one, you'll have the host team, Van Buren. They will take on Delta. And then in our nightcap, our final game of day 1, you will have coming your way a rematch of last year's state quarterfinal between Chadwick and Richland. That one should be fun. That one should be a dandy. I see one of our sponsors, Keith Parker, in attendance with his son, Will Parker. We'll see them tomorrow. By the way, Neelyville, they've got Campbell, Hayti, Holcomb, Malden, Zenith, Hornersville, and South Pemiscot in their district coming up this year. And we are back here to live action. Eminence. We are tied up at 40 apiece. It is the same starting 5 to begin the second half on both sides. For the Eminence Red Wings, it'll be Eddie Rich, Carter Blackburn, Keaton Ruff, Logan Sullivan, Drew Foster for Neelyville. And we're going to get a whistle and a foul away from the ball. It'll be on Logan Sullivan, Zach Rollins, Zach Calley, Drew Shands, Kaysen Stevens, and Carson Parker on the floor for Neelyville. Eminence, by the way, they're going to have a Bunker, Couch, Koshkonong, Lesterville, Naylor, and St. Paul Lutheran out of Farmington. Eminence is Class 2, District 3. Neelyville is Class 2, District number 1. Nice shot inside. Stevens cannot get the shot to go down. Whistle and a foul. It's going to be on Stevens, and that'll be number 2 on him. So each team now with a 1 foul apiece here in the third quarter. 23 all here in the third quarter of play. 7 minutes. First minute has gone by. Neither team has scored as of yet. Blackburn, top of the key, hands off to Rich. Going to be taken away by Stevens. Stevens now. Oh, took 1 too many steps. Turnover by Drew Shands. So Drew Shands turns it over for Neelyville. That'll be turnover number 8 in the ball game. Neelyville with 8 turnovers. It is game 5 of 7 on the afternoon. Foster. Nice move inside the paint. Misses the first opportunity, but Eddie Rich is able to clean it up on the offensive rebound. It is now 25-23. A 2-point game belongs to the Red Wings. Nearly a turnover there. Good job by Neelyville. Going inside as Parker cannot make the shot. Somehow, well, nearly come away with an offensive rebound. However, it goes out of bounds, and it will belong to Eminence. 5:56 now. Now the clock starts. Took it a moment. For some reason, my finger wouldn't let me hit the clock right. 3-pointer is no good. We get a whistle and a foul. It'll be against Eminence. And we're going to see coming in for Neelyville, it'll be Trevor Redmond. That was a foul, by the way, on Roth, and that'll be number 4 on him. That's a big one. Keaton Roth, his 4th personal foul. As of right now, he is still in the ball game. Still in. Going outside now. Here is Parker. Parker inside the free throw line. Backs it out. And they'll reset now. Kaysen Stevens. Stevens lost it, and I believe it was last touched. It is going to be last touch by Stevens. Neelyville was hoping that it was last touch by Eminence. That was just good defense by Eminence. Didn't really do a whole lot to cause that turnover. 5:09 to play, third quarter. Rich now with 9 points in the ball game. 5-minute mark. Going down low. This one's a good shot by Blackburn. It could not get it to fall. Callie, oh, what a good pass. That was a tightrope pass. He got it into Redmond. Neelyville not able to do much with it. There is a turnover. Threw it right over to Stevens, or make that Sullivan. And it'll be turnover on Eminence, and that'll be their 10th of the ball game. It goes right back to Neelyville. Only 18 points were scored combined in the second quarter, 28 points combined in the first. And now we're going to get a jump ball, or was it a timeout? Nope, going to be a jump ball. It's going to stay with Neelyville. Only 2 points have been scored so far in this quarter. So the tie-up, it's going to go to Neelyville. Betty is tuning in. Glad to have you watching, Betty, live on Facebook. Neelyville trying to tie the ball game. They're down by 2. It goes out of bounds. The last touch by Eminence. On the inbound, Stevens. Work it around. Carson Parker now to Zach Rollins. Callie Sullivan underneath. It's one guy you don't want to get into a bumping contest with is Zach Callie. Ball is on the floor, and we're going to get a jump ball this time. And it's going to be a turnover on Neelyville. Drew Shands is back in the ball game, and he will replace Zach Rollins. Very low-scoring game so far. 25-23. Van Buren coming up next. They'll play Delta. That one should be a fun contest to watch. Coach Heeb of Delta going to get a timeout called by Eminence. They've got 3 left. This one is a 30-second timeout. Let's keep it here. Our ball game here this afternoon. It's all being brought to you by our good friends at Lay It On Me Graphics. They've got you covered from boat wraps to custom signage. They don't stop there. They even wrap monster trucks. If you want to stand out, Lay It On Me Graphics is the team for you. Call them today and let them bring your vision to reality. Give them a call, 573-323-8834. It is Lay It On Me Graphics. It is a proud supporter of this year's Current River Challenge presented by First Midwest Bank. Foster's shot is no good. Good job rebounding-wise for for Eminence. Eddie Rich got the missed shot, went back up top and put the 2 points on the board. He will also shoot a free throw. Trevor Redmond picks up the foul. So Rich now has a chance to complete the three-point play. It is up and it's good. It's now a 5-point game. All 5 points to this point has been scored by Eminence. Neelyville has gone scoreless in the half. Oh, there's a good strip away. Stevens lost it. Good steal by Sullivan. And now Roth goes up. It's no good. Rebounded by by Parker, and now we're going to see some substitutions now for Eminence. Morgan Ipock comes in on the other end. Kason Stevens will stay in. Trevor Redmond takes the seat. Hickson Layton, number 21, checks in for Neelyville. He is a 5'9" sophomore, getting his first minutes here this season. Three-point basket by Stevens is no good. Blackburn is out in front, and all of a sudden it is now a 7-0 run. And offensive foul is going to be called on Zach Calley. Third foul here of the half, or the quarter rather, for Neelyville. Calley picks up his second. Blackburn, it is a 7-point lead. Foster now kicks it around. Three-pointer by Ipock, it's no good. Boy, good opportunity there by Rich on the offensive rebound. And now it is a 9-point game. Neelyville has yet to score in this second half. It's a good backdoor cut, and now Parker gets him on the board. Nice dish there by Kason Stevens. Parker now with 8 points. Stevens with 8 points. Long three-pointer, it is good. Sullivan, a Country Road Market three-pointer. And now it is a 10-point game. Good backdoor cut again by Kason Parker. And we're going to get a timeout. Timeout by Neelyville. It is a Missouri Highlands Healthcare 30-second timeout. I believe, Tim, they said you parked in the wrong spot. Need to move your car. 30-second timeout. Let's take it by the second half here. Eminence in this second half shooting 45%, 5 out of 11. Neelyville, 2 out of 5 at 40%. However, Neelyville with 6 turnovers in this half compared to 3 by Eminence. .134 to play here in the third. 35-27. Neelyville wants to chip away. 8-point game. It's going to be a foul coming up on Neelyville. Believe it's on Kason Stevens. We'll see. So Stevens is going to take a seat. That'll be his third. Back in the ball game. Ball game is Owen Connor. So Stevens is going to be called for the foul. Scoreboard has him for 4. I've got him for 3. Blackburn is going to go in, or make that Eddie Rich rather. No, that was Blackburn. I thought it was. Blackburn goes up high and gets the layup. And that'll be the third foul by Carson Parker. It is a 3-point play the old-fashioned way. And he knocks it down, presented by Bank of Grandin. It is now an 11-point game. 1 minute to go. Oh my goodness, they needed that one. Neelyville, a Country Road Market three-pointer. Kai Wolfram, that is one they needed. It is now 40-30 the score. Drew Shands gets it to Carson Parker. Parker up over the backboard is good. They're going to wave off the shot. Offensive foul instead. Kason Stevens going to come back in the ball game now. He'll check in for Owen Connor. Third foul on Foster on the offensive foul. Scoreboard has him for two. I've got him for three. Three-pointer is off the mark. It's no good. Callie nearly had a big three-pointer. At the end of three quarters, it is a 8-point ball game in favor of Eminence. We've got the fourth quarter coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We're back in 30 seconds. Let's hear from our good friends at First Midwest Bank. You're watching live coverage. It is the Current River Challenge presented by First Midwest Bank. All right, so as we get ready for the fourth and final quarter, it is a substantial lead here early on by Eminence. It is an 8-point lead. Can the Tigers make their way back into the ball game? That is what we're going to find out. It is the same starting five on each side. It'll be Neelyville basketball. So that means it'll be Eminence ball, the next possession arrow. Neelyville trailing in this game by 8. Seven and a half to play. Rollins looking to bring his team a little bit closer. Oh, good move by Parker. It would not fall for him. Blackburn gets it to Foster. Good block from behind. Neelyville is going to go out of bounds on Neelyville, but it will stay with Eminence. 7:15 to play. There is the lob pass inside as Rich, he's got 16. It is now a 10-point ball game. It is now 42-32. That third quarter, 17-9 by Eminence. They were tied at 23 apiece at the end of the second quarter. Good move inside by Carson Parker, who knocks it down. He's got 14 points. Foster goes baseline. We're going to get a foul, though. I believe it's going to be on Zach Callie. It is going to be on Callie, his second. Team foul number 1 here in the quarter. It is an 8-point game. Foster now loves to go inside. Throws it away. They're going to say it was deflected by Neelyville. And now a travel's going to be called on Roth. He's lucky that he wasn't maybe given a technical on that for kicking the ball in the backcourt. Very fortunate for him that did not go against him. Could have, very easily could have. So now Zach Rollins. Oh, now we're going to get a collision, and this one's going to go against Neelyville. I believe it's going to be on Callie. It is going to be on Callie. It's an offensive foul away from the ball. And that's going to be number 3. Bodies went flying by the free throw line on Neelyville side. Timeouts. Eminence has 3 timeouts. Neelyville's got 4. 6:10 to go here in regulation. Foster gives it up to Roth. You betcha. His first points. It is a 10-point ball game again. Good turnaround there by Carson Parker. He's got 16 points. 5:39 to play here in regulation. Here's a steal by Callie, or make that by Rollins rather, and what a block by Blackburn. Blackburn went up and knocked the ball away from Drew Shands. Still a 10-point game. Here comes Parker on the other end, and Parker's shot is not going to go. The offensive rebound, you can count it, and the bucket. That's going to be a foul on Logan Sullivan. So Sullivan with 5 minutes and 1 second. 5:01 to play. It is a 44-40 ball game. Misses the free throw there. There is the three-pointer is no good by Sullivan. There's an offensive putback. It is now 46-40. 4:40 to go. Three-pointer is good by Kason Stevens. It is a Country Road Market three-pointer. And now it is a 3-point game. Nice move by Foster. Powers his way in. Nice move by Zach Rollins. Once again, three-pointer is no good by Stevens. It is rebounded by Foster. This one is up and good by Roth. It is a 50-43 ball game. It is 5-point deficit now. Neelyville turning on the pressure. Believe Chadwick, or make that Richland, is starting to arrive here today. Three-point basket is no good by Sullivan. Offensive putback by Foster. He's got 18 points. It is now back up to 7. Three-pointer coming, top of the key by Kason Stevens. A Country Road Market three-pointer, and it is down to 4 points again, 52-48. It is a 30-second timeout called. This one by Neelyville. Each team with 3 timeouts left. We've got ourselves a ball game here again with 3:13 to play before the quarter comes to a close. 3:13 to play. Coming up next, it'll be Van Buren. I see Coach Black underneath us. He's got the tie going. He's ready. They will take on the Delta Bobcats. The good news is we do not have to do any more cutting of the feed. We've already done that. So now Roth on the other end, Sullivan. Boy, this has been a very successful first day of the Current River Challenge presented by First Midwest Bank. Going to be a foul coming up on Neelyville. Believe it's going to be on Carson Parker. Or no, they're going to call that one on. Yeah, it is going to be on Carson Parker, his fourth. He's got 4 now. Got to be careful the final 3 minutes. We've also got our Senator. Oh, what a good steal. Parker goes up. Oh, he can't make the shot. So Parker unable to make the shot rather. And now we're going to get a whistle and a foul as Drew Shands is going to go to the free throw line. He's got 2 of them coming up. Presented by Bank of Grandin. Now the officials get together. Are they going to say it was on the floor or was it in the act? They're talking about it. So now they're going to call the foul on Carter Blackburn. And they're going to say it was on the floor, so it will not be 2 free throws coming up. Instead, it'll be Neelyville with the ball underneath their own basket, down by 4 points. I like the way the officials get together and talk about it. They discuss it. Inbound to Parker, and he drains it. And now it is a 2-point game. Good inbound pass by Callie. And we're going to get a whistle and a foul coming up. I believe it's going to be on Drew Shands. It is 2:31 to play. It is a 2-point ball game. .225 and counting. And a foul going to be called. I believe it's on Sullivan. Yes, it is. And that'll be number 4 on him. 52-50. Boy, close ball game. Now we're going to get a timeout called. This one is going to be by Eminence. And I believe it's going to be a full timeout. It is a full timeout. Let's step away, Tim. Let's hear from First Midwest Bank and come right back. It is a 2-point game. Don't go anywhere. Live coverage continues next of the Current River Challenge. So there you go. There is a great shot of the Coach Brad Burden there as he is talking to his team down by 2 points. So now the timeouts. Neelyville, they've got 3 timeouts. Eminence, they've got 2 timeouts. No more 30-second timeouts. It is all minutes now. .226 is all that remains. All right, here we go, Neelyville. Shands now with it, going inside to Parker. Parker up and in. He's got 20 points. We are tied at 52. Neelyville has outscored Eminence 20-12 in this quarter. Oh, look at the move by Roth. Got a lane and made him pay. It is 54-52. Callie gets it back to Rollins. Now Kaysen Stevens. Gonna dump it off to Parker. Inside the paint, we're tied again. High drama unfolding on opening day of the Current River Challenge. Coach Black told us before we got started, these games were going to be close, and man, have they ever. We are tied. Roth inside the paint. Good job by Zach Calley to get the rebound. 80 seconds. Shands thought about taking a three, backed away, and now Calley going to rerun the offense. Rollins, he is wide open, and off the front end, no good. Ball is on the floor, and we've got a jump ball. It's going to go to Eminence. So Eminence on the jump ball. And we got a timeout called by Eminence. They've got one timeout left. We're going to keep it here on this one. Full timeout. Eminence shooting 46% so far here tonight. They are 3 of 12 from behind the arc and 3 out of 5 on the free throw line. That goes to Coach Brad Burden's defense, not allowing the Red Wings to be at the free throw line. But the same can be said for the Red Wings. They've been there just 2 times all ball game. Neelyville has been there rather 2 times. Neelyville with 10 assists, 14 turnovers. They are shooting 51%, and they've drained 6 out of 13 free throw, or make that 3-pointers. Neelyville with 14 turnovers. Eminence, they've got 13 turnovers. It'll be Delta. It'll be Van Buren coming up in game number 6. Stacy Rommel is tuning in. Brandon Cisco, he is watching us tonight in Neelyville. How are things where you are, my friend? It's pretty cold outside, let me tell you. It is cold. We are tied again. I love it. I love it when we are tied. Got a whistle and a foul coming up on Zach Rollins. And that'll be, I believe we're going to be in the double bonus now. Yep, we're in the double bonus now. That is the 5th team foul on the quarter. Second by Zach Rollins. At the free throw line is Blackburn, who drains a free throw presented by Bank of Grandin. They now lead by 1. Second one coming up here with 58 seconds. It is up, and it is good. It is once again a 2-point game. Plenty of time. Don't need a 3. They don't take one. And Parker misses the shot. Going to give it to Foster. Oh, Foster gets it to Roth. And we're going to get a whistle and a foul with 42 seconds left. And I believe this one, well, there was 2 guys there. I believe it's going to be on Parker. It is, and that is number 5. He has just fouled out with 22 points in the ball game. Carson Parker, 22 points, 4 rebounds. He was 11 of 18 from the field. Roth, first one is no good. Keaton Roth, at best, if he makes it, we'll keep it a 1-point game. If he misses, Neelyville could come down and tie the ball game on this possession, or they could take the lead. And he misses it. But a rebound by Rich. And Rich makes him pay on the rebound with 2 points. 30 seconds. Coming up, we will have our Senator Jason Bean, a player of the game. $18 seconds to go. Rebound is up and no good. Kai Wolfram, who just checked in for Carson Parker. Now we're going to get a timeout. It'll be a timeout for Neelyville. They've got 2 timeouts. Let's hear from Barker's Towing and Auto Repair. We'll come right back. It is a 4-point game with 14 seconds left. We are live in Van Buren. It is day 1 of the Current River Challenge. It is presented by First Midwest Bank.
Barker's Towing and Auto Repair. As the name suggests, Barker's does more than just towing.
Here at Barker's, we offer a complete line of automotive services, including tires, brakes, alignments, maintenance, and repair.
And for our car enthusiasts, you'll enjoy our speed shop for quality performance parts.
We are locally owned and look forward to earning your business.
And for those times that you need a tow, Barker's Towing is available 24/7 for all of your towing and auto recovery needs.
It's Barker's by request. 573-785-7811.
Our ball game here tonight also being brought to you by Empower Financial Group, also being brought to you by PB Realty Legacy Farm and Land Specialist, Senator Jason Bean at Country Road Market, and being brought to you by S&T Contracting to go along with Van Buren Tire, all proud supporters of this year's Current River Challenge. We are so blessed to be here tonight. And the important thing is we're having such a great time right now. Tim and I get to come back and do it first thing in the morning. All right, here we go. 14 seconds is all that remains. Neelyville giving up a lot of time, and now they're going to go ahead and foul. Owen Connor commits the foul with only 6.8 seconds remaining in the ball game. Eminence is poised to get their first win on opening night or opening afternoon. First one is up and it's no good. So Rich misses that one. He's got 18 points. Second one is up and it's good. 5-point game with 5 seconds. Callie is driving inside the paint. Oh, it rims out on him. It's no good. 0.6 of a second, and Rich picks up a foul. And we've got 2 more free throws coming up, presented by Bank of Grandin. 59-54. First one is up, and it is no good. So Neelyville, after today, they will next be in action coming up at the Campbell Tournament next week. And 59-55, that is your final score. And tell you what, there's a couple of guys that you can easily give the player of the game to. This one might be a situation where we have to give it to maybe a couple of people. It is the State Senator Jason Bean, a player of the game. All right, our player of the game for this contest is going to feature, trying to look down court to see, Drew Foster is who I'm going to select here, Tim. 18 points, 8 rebounds. He shot the ball very well, 8 of 18 on the floor, 44%. So coming up next, it'll be game 6. We've got a barn burner coming. We will have coming your way, it'll be Delta. It'll be Van Buren, the home team. Don't go anywhere. Tim and I are going to reset, and then we're going to come right back. Make sure hit that share button for us on social media. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. You're watching the live coverage. It is exclusive coverage of the Current River Challenge. It is presented by First Midwest Bank. We're going to come back in just a few moments for the Game 6 between Van Buren and Delta. We're coming back in about 5 to 8 minutes here live from Van Buren High School. It is the Current River Challenge presented by First Midwest Bank. All right, so we are back as we get ready for the 7th game of the evening, and this one's going to be fun. This one is Delta. It is Van Buren. It is the home team, the host team. Can't wait for this one to get started. It is Delta. It is Van Buren. Once again, we want to say thank you to Debbie Gibbs of First Midwest Bank. All right, so now we're going to go down courtside. We will have our national anthem, and then we will come back for the starting lineups between the two schools. Outstanding job right there from an 8th grader right here in Van Buren. And now the starting lineups. Here we go.
Number 3, Cohen Palmer. Number 4, Ryan Jeffries. Number 10, Bryce Cox. Number 25, Paxton Hornbuckle. And number 30, Rylan Huffman. The Bobcats are coached by Toby Heed and Kendall Beeson. And now for the home team on the scoreboard, the Van Buren Bulldogs. Number 1, Elijah Van Wacker. Number 2, Bryce Hawkins. Number 3, Carter Freeze. Number 10, Nathan Smith. And number 33, Hayes Townsley. The Bulldogs are coached by Jacob Black and Corey Ricker.
All right, so there you go. Those are the starting lineups for Game 6 out of 7. It'll feature the home team, Van Buren, taking on the Delta Bobcats. Great job, by the way, from that 8th grader from Van Buren doing the national anthem. That was incredible the way he did that. All right. We did not have a lengthy pregame that last time. We apologize. That's all right. Norman Van Emberg is tuning in they're watching here tonight. We're going to go through the teams here in just a moment. All right, Tim, are you ready, my friend? Let's do Game 6. Coach Jacob Black, Coach Toby Heeb of Delta. Of course, Toby Heeb, known him for a long time. Back in his coaching days at New Madrid as well. We are now underway. 3 ball is on the way by Carter Freeze. It is a huge 3-pointer by Van Buren, a Country Road Market 3-pointer. And we are underway. Van Buren getting out to a strong lead or a strong stance here early on. Ball's going to be taken away by Van Buren. Townsley with a steal. Another 3-pointer. This one is off the mark, but the offensive putback is good by Carter Freeze. It is now a 5-0 game to start with. Van Buren in the home whites with the gold trim, gold and black numbering, or I should say the black and gold trim, gold numbering. Toby Heaves at Delta Bobcats in the blue jerseys with the white trim, white numbering. Ryan Jeffries, they're going to call that a 3-second. Oh, they're going to count the basket. Okay. So it is a bucket for Delta, and we will have a three-point play the old-fashioned way upcoming. And it is up, and it is good as Ryan Jeffries, they blew the horn. That's your fault, Tim. You may get a technical on you, my friend. That last foul, by the way, was on Carter Freeze of Van Buren. Van Buren going from left to right. That one nearly taken away. Here he goes. Townsley tucks it in and scores underneath. It is now a 7-3 ball game. It is a 7-3 ball game as the Bobcats. Paxton Hornbuckle with it. Hornbuckle's going to have it taken away. Townsley is going to give it right back over to Delta. Boy, good stop that time by Hornsbuckle. It is now a 7-5 game. Nice move inside by Nathan Smith. Could not come down with it. Bryce Cox gets the rebound. Oh, good move inside to a wide open Rylan Huffman. And we are tied at 7. 7-7 your score. Nice layup there by Nathan Smith. You know, during practice early this morning, Coach Black, there's a steal by Freeze. Nice move. Oh, the shot will not fall for Van Wagner. Long three by Jeffries is no good. Rebounded by Elijah Van Wagner. On the other end, making it count is Nathan Smith. It is now 11-7. I was going to say timeout called by Delta. It is a 30-second timeout. 4 timeouts remaining here for Delta. I was going to say, we were talking about this when we first got going, and Coach Black said before this night's over, he wants us to say if it's true that Van Buren is the most physical team that we have seen this entire day. Well, in the first 2 minutes, I would say we're on track to say something along those lines. Van Buren, by the way, last district championship back in 2009 and 2010. He had an incredible season. Coach Black, 22-6 a season ago. 93 wins, 56 losses. He is in his 7th season as the head coach. Nice move by Cohen Palmer to cut down this lead just a little bit. Look at Van Wagner out there. What a spin move. Townsley inside the paint. Yes, sir. Townsley gets 2 more points. It's now 13-9. Corey Ricker is the assistant coach for Coach Black. On the other end, Jeffries misses the shot. Townsley is down the floor quick. He's got already 6. Boy, Coach Black is fired up. His team is sure fired up. Checking out is going to be Paxton Hornbuckle. Elijah Van Wagner with a big jumper. He's got his first bucket. It is now 17-9. Jace England checks in, number 50 for the Bobcats. We'll talk about Coach Heeb right now, his third season as Delta's head coach. 78 wins and 56 losses. By the way, their last district championship was back in 2020, 2021. Devin DeWolf. So DeWolf is going to be called for the foul. (17-11). (17-11) now. Boy, good job there. Good steal. On the other end, shot is up and good. It is now 19-11. So Paxton Hornbuckle now with it. Hornbuckle, offensive foul. Boy, great job by Van Buren. It is 19-11. Cale Burke is going to check in now for Hawkins. By the way, Carter Freeze already with 7 points here in this contest. And we're going to get a 30-second timeout, I believe, coming up. 3:06 to go. So, 3:06. .306 to go. So Van Buren, it takes a 30-second timeout. They've got 4 timeouts as well. So for the Bulldogs, they are set to inbound. Good move inside by Nathan Smith. He's got 6 points already here in the contest. Hornbuckle now gets it outside to Nant. Oh, what a 3-ball by Ryan Jeffries, presented by Country Road Market. Big time 3-pointer. And we're going to get a whistle here and a foul upcoming against I believe it's going to be against the Delta Bobcats. Hornbuckle, and that'll be number 2 on him. Decina now, good job again by Nathan Smith. He's got 8 points. 23-14. And coming in for Van Buren, Elijah Van Wagner and Townsley. Bryce Hawkins all due in. Smith will take a seat. Also Carter Freeze and Cale Burke. Decina is going to be called for the foul, by the way. Zach Decina, his first personal foul. Big crowd watching tonight. 3-ball is going to be short by Palmer. Offensive putback is there. Bryce Cox with the putback. 23-16, Van Buren leads by 7. Boy, I tell you what, Van Wagner, as Townsley misses the layup, Van Wagner goes up, and he will not be denied on the offensive rebound. No way. He was not going to be denied. 1:40 to go. Foul is going to be on Rylan Huffman. So Huffman commits the foul. Bank of Granite free throws upcoming. Wagner knocks down the first one. And we've got 1:40 left here in the first quarter of play. Hard to believe it's already game 6 of 7. Big shout out to Coach Jacob Black, the head coach here at Van Buren, allowing us to come down here this weekend. Another free throw is up and good. Van Wagner now with 4 points. Devin DeWolf is going to check out. Carter Freeze is back in. 25-16 at 9-point game. Van Buren team is impressing me so far here in the first quarter. Right on cue, Hawkins with the steal. Hawkins with the finish. 27-16 the score. 3-point basket is no good by Jeffries. Here we go again. Hawkins gives to Townsley. It's no good. Elijah Van Wagner, an offensive rebound. He's got 6. 29-16 the score. Delta last season at 7-19 overall. Van Buren at 22-6. They are picking up right where they left off. That is a NBA range at three-pointer by Palmer. It's no good. Here comes Van Wagner. Long pass in the corner to Freeze. Three-pointer is no good. Here is the rebound. Palmer out in front, gets it to Jeffries. A Jeffries shot is up and good. That was a pretty shot there by Delta. 13 seconds and counting. This has been a fun quarter of basketball by both. Three-pointer by Van Wagner is no good. That one almost went in. And we have played one full quarter. It is 29-18 the score. Let's take a 30-second break and let's hear from our good friends at PB Realty Legacy Farm and Land Specialist. It is a 29-18 ball game. You're watching live coverage. It is the Current River Challenge. It is presented by First Midwest Bank. All right, so we are back as we get ready for the second half, or I should say second quarter rather, to begin. Bryce Hawkins is back out there. Devin DeWolf is back out. Also, Hayes at Townsley is out there as well. Elijah Van Wagner for the Van Buren Bulldogs. Bryce Cox inside the paint there, going to be called for a travel. By the way, Tim, I got a message from our good friend, Miss Gibbs from First Midwest Bank, the president. She says that we are welcome back next season. Not even a full day under our belts yet. 7.5 to go here in the first half. Andrew Stowe is watching us. So is Zach Kane, watching all the way out there in California. That's awesome, Andrew. Thank you so much for sharing. Make sure and hit that share button for us on Facebook. Also, hit the subscribe button to our YouTube channel. By the way, I think joining us next game, my good buddy Dave Wyman, I believe, is going to be joining me next game. Oh, Dave Wyman, formerly of MoDOT, now a city official in Dexter. Hornbuckle, what a great shot that was. He just powered his way into the paint there. It is a 29-20 ball game. Oh, what a good job by Cox. Cox on the steal. It is now 29-22. Three-pointer from the wing is no good by DeWolf. Here comes Jeffries out in transition, and he's able to scoop and score. And just like that, it is to a 5-point lead. Van Wagner has nowhere to go with it, backs out to Townsley. Townsley, this kid impresses me a lot. Three-pointer by DeWolf, no good. I like the shot taken by Van Buren, and we're going to get a foul, I believe, on Van Wagner. That'll be his first personal foul. So now 2 free throws upcoming. (29-24) the score. And it's up and it's good. As Bryce Cox goes 1 out of 2. It is now 29-25. Bryce Hawkins back in the ball game, nearly lost it. Nathan Smith also in. Zach DeCina and Van Buren with 2 more points. Jason Nannery Jr. back out there. Nannery Jr. for 3, knocks it down. Boy, I saw that one from all the way up here. It is a Country Road Market three-pointer. 31-28 now. Nathan Smith unable to finish. Rebounded by the Van Buren Bulldogs. Carter Freeze, Townsley out there near the wing area. Rylan Huffman also checking back in. There's a big steal by Hornbuckle. It is 34 now to 28. (34-28). Freeze a moment ago draining that 3 ball. He's got 10 points, by the way. This one nearly, it was intended for Hawkins. It's going to be a turnover on the Van Buren Bulldogs. Boy, this may be one of the quicker games that we have seen at these two teams. Very, very quick down the floor. Bryce Cox could not get the shot to go down. Here comes Van Wagner, and he will finish it strong. Elijah Van Wagner with 8 points. Nannery Jr. to Bryce Cox. Skylar Vandeven, who checked in a moment ago, he is in there, as is Jackson Parker. Zach DeCina now doing some defense. Good move by Vandeven, as Vandeven is able to go in and score his first bucket of the contest. There is a turnover, a steal, goes up, it's no good, but the finish is there by Vandeven. So Vandeven has to go in and clean it up, and now it's 36-32. Van Wagner cannot get the shot to go down. Townsley misses on the layup as well. Checking out for the Van Buren Bulldogs is going to be DeCina. Carter Freeze is back in the contest. 3:07 to play. 3-ball by Freeze. It's good. Carter Freeze, he's got 13, a Country Road Market three-pointer. Shot is no good. Hawkins gets it inside to Van Wagner in the paint. And all of a sudden, Van Buren opening up a 9-point lead. They have outscored, all right, they've been outscored at 14-12 so far. Good job again, another steal by Hawkins. Carter Freeze, nice jumper in the wing, he's got 15 points. He's got 15 points. And it's going to go out of bounds. DeWolf is going to come in for Carter Freeze with 15 points. Also, Nathan Smith will take a seat. Cale Burke is going to check in. Also, looks like coming in is Kendall Crafton at number 24. Crafton also checking in for Bryce Hawkins. Boy, this game is flying on by. We're at the 2-minute mark here in the first half. Oh, good move inside, a wide open Townsley, able to hit his man in stride. DeWolf was wide open underneath the basket for the easy layup. 45-32 now. Minute 39 to play here in the first half. Jeffries inside the paint. It is up and it's no good. So Jeffries unable to make the shot. He's got 10 points. Long jumper on the other end, no good. And, or I should say, Elijah Van Wagner with the rebound. As Burke cannot get the shot to go down, Van Wagner gets a big rebound. So Van Wagner will go to the free throw line. He will shoot a couple of free throws. Or I should say the foul is going to be on Jeffries. Van Wagner with 10 points makes the first one. It is a 46-32 ball game. Just can't tell you how appreciative we are for you letting us come into your homes. Another free throw by Van Buren by Van Wagner. Blown away with the response that we have had today on day one, and we get to come back tomorrow and do it again. That's going to be a lot of fun. Shot is up and no good. A big rebound by Van Buren. On the other end, Van Wagner. Boy, he is everywhere. He's got 14 points. They're fired up. They are fired up. This team is so physical here in the first half. Back in for Delta, Skylar Vandeven. And Paxton Hornbuckle taking a seat. 48 seconds remaining in the first half. Van Buren, Delta went on a run. And then Van Buren answered right back. Vandeven a 3-ball, no good. Rebound, who else? Van Wagner. DeWolf now in the corner. They'll back it out. They'll reset. Burke back around to Crafton. Crafton near the free throw line that knocks it down. Boy, Van Buren at 61% shooting here in the first half. That's incredible. Coach Black, I don't think he has sat down the entire first half. He is on it. Jeffries, long three, in and out, no good. And we're going to get a foul. I believe this one's going to be on Crafton. Kendall Crafton was in the air. It's going to be on Crafton, his first. 6.2 seconds. Possession arrow favors Van Buren, by the way. They got to get it in, and they do. They get it inside to Jeffries, and we've got two free throws rather coming up with 5 seconds remaining in the first half. Believe it's going to be on DeWolf. It is going to be on DeWolf. And coming back in for DeWolf now is going to be, Van Wagner is going to come out. Carter Freeze back in. Now we've got DeWolf coming out with 3 fouls. Here we go on the inbound. Jeffries cannot make the shot. Rebounded by Burke, and that'll be the end of the first half. It is a 51-32 ball game. Coach Black right out of the gate. He has had his team ready to go from the opening bell. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere. It is our halftime report coming up next, presented by PB Realty Legacy Farm and Land Specialist. You're watching live coverage. It is the Current River Challenge. It is presented by First Midwest Bank.
Tired of wondering where your meat comes from? Country Road Market has the answer. We're bringing the farm straight to your table. From fresh cuts to custom processing, we do it all. Bring us your deer, hog, or cattle, and let our expert butchers work their magic. Skip the grocery store and support your local farmers. Country Road Market is located at 558 County Road 507, just off Highway KK in Wapapillo.
Barker's Towing and Auto Repair. As the name suggests, Barker's does more than just towing.
Here at Barker's, we offer a complete line of automotive services, including tires, brakes, alignments, maintenance, and repair.
And for our car enthusiasts, you'll enjoy our speed shop for quality performance parts.
We are locally owned and look forward to earning your business.
And for those times that you need a tow, Barker's Towing is available 24/7 for all of your towing and auto recovery needs.
It's Barker's by request. 573-785-7811.
All right, so we are back here in halftime, resetting everything as we get ready for the next half anyway. 51-32 is the score. I'm Frankie Castillo. So glad to have you alongside with this incredible two-day event. First Midwest Bank has went out and done a phenomenal job. They always do. And I got a chance to talk to Miss Debbie Gibbs earlier. She is the president here at First Midwest Bank here in Van Buren. And she already told me, Tim, they were outside talking about next season already. And we're still in day one. That's how incredible this entire two-day event goes. We are just a very small fraction of what this represents. We're just happy to be here. You look at the first half stats here, and as I go to the magic board here, Van Buren is shooting 61%. Delta is shooting 46%. Van Buren, 5 turnovers. Delta with 7. Let's look at some of the scoring right now from Van Buren. Elijah Van Wagner, Carter Freeze rather. He's got 15 points. 14 by Elijah Van Wagner. That is 29 points right there. Nathan Smith, he's got 8 points. Also 2 points by Kendall Crafton. 4 points by Bryce Hawkins. On the other side, you look at Delta. Right now, Ryan Jeffries leads the way with 10 points. 7 by Bryce Cox. 4 by Paxton Hornbuckle. And then 2 points by Rylan Heflin and 3 by Jason Nannery Jr. By the way, coming up in our final game of the night, my good buddy Dave Wyman is going to be joining us for that rematch, that showdown between Chadwick and Richland. It should be a phenomenal ball game. And I tell you what, these last 2 contests have been, so far, it has been worth the hype. Let's take a minute timeout. Let's hear from PB Realty Legacy Farm and Land Specialist. They are the halftime sponsor. We're coming right back with the second half. You're watching live coverage. It is the 2024 Current River Challenge. It is presented by First Midwest Bank. All right, so let's get it going here in this second half, and so glad to have you alongside. Make sure if you're watching us on Facebook, we would appreciate it very, very much so if you would hit that share button for us on Facebook. Also on YouTube, hit that subscribe button for us. Cheerleaders here in Van Buren stopping on Van Wagner with a big bucket there to begin the second half. Reason why the clock scoreboard is shaking there, because cheerleaders were doing a cheer here in the bleachers. All right, Tim, you're up next. Hit that next beat. Van Wagner, he has had quite the ball game to this point. Two free throws upcoming for the Delta Bobcats. First one is no good. Rylan Huffman missing both free throws. Rebounded by the Bulldogs here. Nathan Smith, top of the key. He's calling for it. He's got it. Van Buren has Elijah Van Wagner going inside. Freeze, and we get a whistle and a foul coming up. For the Bulldogs, it'll be Elijah Van Wagner, Bryce Hawkins, Carter Freeze, Nathan Smith, and Hayes Townsley. Jeffries called for the personal foul. On the other end, Townsley shot rims out on the free throw. It'll be Cohen Palmer, Ryan Jeffries, Bryce Cox, Paxton Hornbuckle, Rylan Huffman are the 5 for each team. Starting this second half, second free throw also is no good. Big offensive rebound by Nathan Smith. Smith now, he has had quite the ball game. Elijah Van Wagner. Wagner on the outside, gonna go baseline. He is picked up by Hornbuckle. I had somebody ask me early on, or a few minutes ago rather, turnover there. Oh, good job by Van Buren, as somehow, how in the world was that ball even saved from being a turnover? Jeffries on the other end, his shot is no good. It is rebounded by the Bobcats. And I believe the foul's going to be on Carter Freeze of Van Buren. Correction, Palmer rather. So Palmer picks up his first. Van Wagner loses it. There's a turnover. Jeffries, and they're going to give it right back to Van Buren as Delta turns it over. I was going to say, I was asked a few minutes ago at halftime, so far through the first 6 ball games, what team has impressed you the most? And kind of a twofold question. And I tell you, Greenville, they impressed me off the get-go. Van Wagner, what a move that was to the rim. He's got 18 points. Greenville, they were a good ball team. They got out to a great start. They never looked back. But I got to tell you, it's kind of hard to go against a Van Buren squad right now, as we are seeing Zach DeCina coming in for Carter Freeze. Tell you what, Van Buren, they have been the most flawless, I think, so far than what we have seen today. They are just smooth in transition. They're playing great defense. Their offense is firing. Every player is invested in the outcome of this ball game. Townsley, and right on cue, as soon as Townsley missed it, coming in to attempt a rebound, Van Wagner. I mean, this kid has been everywhere so far tonight. See a few subs coming in now. Jackson Parker is back in. Skylar Vandeven is coming in as well. Also, Jason Nunnery Jr. is coming in. Jeffries will stay out there, as will Paxton Hornbuckle. There's a 3 by Jeffries. It's no good. Rebounded by Van Wagner. Wagner with 18 points, 8 rebounds. Townsley, give him 2 more points. He's got 8 on the night. Jeffries now. 5:27 to go here in the third quarter of play. Long 3 by Hornbuckle is no good. Rebounded by Bryce Hawkins. Good move inside. DeCina gets it in to Hayes Townsley. Give him the assist. Man, that was a nice play. That was a nice move. Boy, this DeCina kid, he may not show it much in the scoring column, but this kid, he can give out a dime at any point in time. Free throw is up and good. Van Wagner going to take a seat. Hawkins will take a seat. Back in is Cale Burke. Also coming in, Kendall Crafton. At the 5-minute mark here in the third quarter of play. 60-32 the score. There's a nice shot in the wing by Hornbuckle. It is now 60-34. Crafton took one too many steps. Haven't seen a whole lot of turnovers here in the ball game for Van Buren or by Delta. Each only has just 7 here in the ball game to this point. Jeffries inside the paint, and we're going to wave it off. It'll be on the floor. It'll be on the floor, they say. Going to be a foul on, I believe, be a foul on Devin DeWolf, rather. DeWolf now with 4 fouls here in the ball game. So he will take a seat. And Nathan Smith is back in. Palmer is back in the ball game, as is Skylar Vandeven. Bryce Cox stays in. Shot is no good by Cox. Rebounded here by Townsley of Van Buren. And the 3-ball on the wing is no good by Burke. Rebounded out in transition by Nunnery Jr. Shot is no good. It's going to go out of bounds. And last touch by Van Buren. Van Buren has Zach DeCina, Nathan Smith, Cale Burke, Kendall Crafton, Hayes Townsley. 4 minutes to go here in the third quarter of play. Carter Freeze, Bryce Hawkins is going to step in. Boy, look at the hustle on the floor right now. Timeout called by Coach Heeb of Delta. 30-second timeout. Delta's coach calling that 30-second timeout. They've got 3 left. Man, oh man, oh man. Van Buren, the home team in this showcase. They are shooting the ball 60%. Delta 41%. Van Buren just 3 out of 10 from behind the 3-point line. By the way, tomorrow we've got a huge day upcoming of high school basketball. We're going to get started between Dora and Greenville at 10 a.m. And then the games will get bigger and better as the day progresses. Here's one for you tomorrow. Chadwick and Puxico, are you kidding me? That one's going to be good. Palmer missing that shot. 3-pointer is up and it's good by Carter Freeze. He's got 18 points. It is a Country Road Market 3-pointer. 63-34 now the score. Palmer missing that shot. And we're going to get a whistle here and a foul coming up. This one is going to be on Palmer. Palmer picks up his foul. So Ryan Jeffries, Paxton Hornbuckle, and Rylan Huffman is coming in the ball game. Cohen Palmer stays in, as does Bryce Cox. We are back to the original 5. Nearly taken away. Good job by Nathan Smith, rather. A lot of fans filing in for that final game of the night. Chadwick takes on Richland. Should be a phenomenal game. Can't wait for this one. Should be 2 free throws upcoming. It is. So 2 free throws are coming up now for Van Buren. Nathan Smith, he's got 8 points. He has not been at the line tonight until now, missing the first one. Our ball game is presented by First Midwest Bank, also being brought to you by Barker's Towing and Auto Repair, Empower Financial Group, making the second free throw. It is now a 30-point ball game. Missouri Highlands Healthcare, Bank of Grandin, also PB Realty, Legacy Farm and Land Specialist. Shot is up, it's no good. And smart play by Carter Freeze to let it go out of bounds. Townsley back in the ball game now. Checking out is Kendall Crafton. Good pull-up jumper in the wing by Townsley. It's no good. Rebounded by Huffman. There is a steal by Smith. There you go, big fella. Townsley with a nice shot. He's got 13. It is now a 20, or make that 32-point lead. Three-pointer coming up here. This one by Hornbuckle is no good. Rebounded by Townsley. Nearly a turnover. It very well might be. Good hustle by Bryce Cox. Not a turnover, but very good hustle there. What I like about Coach Heeb is he does not let his team give up. It doesn't matter by how much they're down. They will not give up. I've known Coach Heeb for a very long time. It's amazing how many coaches that I see from time to time throughout the course of a year. Coming up on 2 minutes now. Townsley gets it outside to a wide open Nathan Smith, and Freeze with the offensive rebound. And he will draw contact, and he'll shoot 2 free throws coming up. It's going to be a foul on Ryan Freeze. First free throw is no good by Freeze, as Jeffries picks up the foul. Elijah Van Wagner coming in for Nathan Smith. So tomorrow, it'll be Greenville and Dora, 10 a.m., 11:30. Summersville takes on Donovan. Freeze making that second free throw. At 1 o'clock, it's Liberty Mountain View against Twin Rivers at 2:30. Here's a good one. It'll be Alton versus East Carter. There is a steal by Freeze. Boy, they're sharing the basketball. Freeze with the assist and Townsley with the layup. 4 o'clock is Chadwick and Puxico. 5:30, it is Mountain Grove against Kennett. And then the nightcap, it'll be Van Buren taking on Woodland. That is tomorrow for day 2 of the Current River Challenge. Nice shot by Jason Nunnery Jr. He will get the foul as well, so he'll take a three-point opportunity the old-fashioned way. Be a foul on Cale Burke. Burke is going to take a seat. Coming in for him, going to be Bryce Hawkins, also Zach DeCina. It is now a 37, or make that 69-37 game. Shot is no good. Rebounded by Huffman. If it's not below 30 points in this fourth quarter, it will run. As Palmer turns it over, that'll be the 10th turnover for Delta. (69-37) the score. 3 ball in the corner by Carter Freeze. It is a Country Road Market three-pointer. 72 now to 37. And this clock is on pace to run. What a move by Vandeven. He went up and over, and he was able to score that one. He's got 6 points. 38 seconds. All that remains here in the third quarter of play. 38.3 to be exact. Vandeven gets called for the personal foul. On the free throw line, Bryce Hawkins. He's got 4 points, make it 5 as he knocks down his first free throw of the ball game. By the way, Van Buren has 4 timeouts, Delta with 3. Second one is up and good. Van Buren now 9 of 13 on the free throw line here in the ball game. So now Palmer gets it over to Vandeven. Vandeven in the corner. Shot is up and it's good. It was a nice shot taken by Bryce Cox. 74-41 now the score. Elijah Van Wagner, boy, there's a lot of players that you can choose from on our player of the game coming up. I may let Tim pick this one. There's a lot of talent on that floor right now for Van Buren. Bryce Cox steps inside the paint, and he will draw contact either DeCina or it's going to be on Hawkins, or make that freeze. It'll be on DeCina. They were both there in the thick of it. Coming up in the final contest of night one, a rematch of last year's state quarterfinal. Cox misses the free throw. You can't right this ship any better. Second one is up and good. 74 now to 42. 2 seconds. A long three in the corner by Bryce Hawkins. DeCina does it again. It is a Country Road Market three-pointer. It is 79 to 42, or 77 rather to 42 the score. We will step away for 30 seconds. Let's hear from Barker's Towing and Auto Repair. We'll come right back. It is the Current River Challenge presented by First Midwest Bank.
Barker's Towing and Auto Repair. As the name suggests, Barker's does more than just towing.
Here at Barker's, we offer a complete line of automotive services, including tires, brakes, alignments, maintenance, and repair.
And for our car enthusiasts, you'll enjoy our speed shop for quality performance parts.
We are locally owned and look forward to earning your business.
And for those times that you need a tow, Barker's Towing is available 24/7 for all of your towing and auto recovery needs.
It's Barker's by request. 573-785-7811.
All right, so here we go. It is the fourth and final quarter, and it has been all Van Buren in this half. It has been everything that they were hoping for and then some. Here we go as we are underway now. Clock is not going to stop unless a timeout is called for the time being. We'll reset. Nathan Smith, the only starter out there right now for Coach Jacob Black. Van Buren outscored at 26-10 Delta in that third quarter. Three-pointer is on the way, banks it in. The bank is open at First Midwest Bank. Burt, a Country Road Market three-pointer. Another big-time score. It is now an 82-42 ball game. I agree with you. DeCina, he is running the show out there. Three-pointer is no good. DeCina a moment ago got that nice pass by Cale Burke. There's another three-pointer, this one by DeWolf. Presented by Country Road Market. 85-42 the score. Rebounded by Crafton. Going to see some fresh jerseys coming in. Travel going to be called. And we're going to see coming in for Van Buren, it'll be Bradley Reed is going to come in for Nathan Smith. Jason Nannery Jr. comes out. Paxton Hornbuckle checks in. Well, Coach Black said it during the warm-ups, or I should say during practice early this morning. We got here about 7:30. He said, only if it's true, he wants us to say what we feel about this Van Buren team. And I'll tell you, right now, Coach, your team is spot on. They are poised to do great things coming up this season. Big time shot there as Cohen Palmer not ready to give up yet. Going to be a turnover on Bradley Reed. We'll try to get Coach Black on coming during the next ball game at some point. We'll get him on the air. Class act guy all the way, let me tell you. He told me he would be very interested to hear how I called the game. And, man, Van Buren, Tim, are they not impressing you right now? Wow. Yeah, he says wow, indeed. Nice move by Bryce Cox. He goes in the paint. It is 85-46. Van Buren, this team is good enough if they wanted to break 100. Reed, a shot, no good. But the offensive putback there by Crafton knocks it down. We are moments away from the last game. A Country Road Market three-pointer by Hornbuckle. Van Buren is about to go to 1-0 on this season. Delta, they are already 1-0. They're going to go to 1-1. All the way through. Quick bucket on the other end by Vandeven. (87-51). Coming up on the midway point in this quarter. Reed gets it to Crafton with the running floater. 89-51. It is a track meet right now as Jeffries is able to go up for the bucket. Going to get a foul. Going to be a three-point play the old-fashioned way. We're going to see Elijah Van Wagner coming in. Believe Decina will take a seat. On the other end, Vandeven out. And back in is Jason Nunnery Jr. Crafton picks up the foul. Free throw is up and it's good. It is now 89-54 game. Crafton wide open. He just lays it up, barely jumps and lays it up. Van Buren 20 assists in this ball game. They are absolutely having a field day right now. Van Wagner with a big rebound. Van Wagner, by the way, he's got 18 points, 9 rebounds. 93-54. They might break 100, folks. Boy, look at Hornbuckle. (93-56). Van Wagner gets it around to DeWolf. He's got 7. Van Wagner with 18 points. It's going to be a kick ball. And we're going to see a sub coming in now for Delta, Rylan Huffman. Clock continues to tick around. Bryce Cox will take a seat. So definitely Van Buren, the highest scoring team that we have seen today at this point. Oh, traffic collision down I-60 or Highway 60 there. Inadvertent contact. Elijah Van Wagner just stands up and kind of shakes it off. It's going to be a foul on Delta. It's going to be a foul on Jeffries, and I believe that's number 5 on him. Yep, Jeffries has fouled out. Jeffries with 13 points, 1 assist, 3 rebounds, has checked out of the game with 1:15 and counting. 93-56. Coming up in the final contest, Chadwick. Oh, look at Elijah Van Wagner with 20 points. Final contest of the night. Chadwick, Richland, not Richmond, Richland. Long three-pointer. Oh, a steal. Oh, what a block. What a block by Crafton. 27 seconds left here in the ball game. Three-pointer is up and it's good by Vandeven. Reed scored a moment ago as Elijah Van Wagner was able to get the assist. They're going to go ahead and stop the clock here with 2.9. Timeout was called. They're going to let him finish the free throw here. 97-62 the score. And this game comes to a close. My goodness, what a game this was. Van Buren I would love to know what Coach Black has to say about his team, but I tell you what, there are two players that really, can we do a co-player of the game? It's our show, we can do that, right? Let's do a co-player of the game, presented by Senator Jason Bean. Carter Freeze, 22 points, 3 assists, 3 rebounds, 15 minutes of work. Also, Elijah Van Wagner, 20 points, 9 rebounds, 5 assists. There you go. There is our co-players of the game. 97-62 your score. Van Buren now goes to 1-0 on the season. And that means we've got one more game left. It is the finale tonight. I can't wait for this one. Can you say Chadwick and Richland? It is coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We're going to step away for about 5 minutes and come right back. You're watching live coverage. It is the Current River Challenge. It is presented by First Midwest Bank. All right, so we are back, and I want to recap the last game that we had between Van Buren and Delta. And joining us right now is Coach Jacob Black of Van Buren. And, Coach, you told me earlier this morning you couldn't wait to hear what I had to say about your team. They lived up to the hype. This was by far what I seen one of our better teams here today. You guys could have scored 100. You guys really got off to a great start and never looked back.
Yeah, we didn't guard very well. We gave way too many layups tonight. Kind of lost shooters, and we should know where shooters are at all times.
That's why I like you.
Yeah,
you'll find the negative.
Offensively, we did a really good job. My guys shot it with confidence. We rebounded really well. I think at halftime we were up 10 rebounds, 10 or 12 rebounds. I don't know what it ended up for the game.
You guys ended up with 29 rebounds overall. I could have missed a couple here and there, but remember,
how many did they have?
Oh, they had 16 rebounds.
So we only had a +3 in the second half. We got to do a better job. Delta, we knew that they was going to try to run it, try to get it score up there. Proud of my conditioning, my guys and their conditioning. I felt like we did a good job of
You talked about
rotating.
that on Wednesday while we were here setting up. You said you don't expect to be in mid-season form, but they got to be better conditioned. I think they took that to heart because they look pretty good here tonight.
Yeah, they gave me great effort. And, you know, every coach will tell you nobody feels prepared this time of year. And we're going to look for the negatives because we can't get better if we just live off the positives. So
65% shooting, that's incredible.
We do that all year long. If we can guard a little bit, we'll have a good year.
You know, going into this season, what are the expectations with your team? Obviously, you guys won district so bad. Last season coming in second. These seniors, they remember that. They know that. It seems like this season it could be theirs.
You know, we don't really set our bar. We have, you know, of course, everybody has dreams and aspirations, but we really don't set our bar on what we do, if it's a success or not. We want to look at our very last game of the year, and if we're playing better than we were in the beginning of the year, then we consider that a success. Of course, we got goals. I mean, we made it all 4 days last year in Bloomfield. It's going to be very tough this year. We want to do that again. Of course, we won a conference champ last year. We want to do that again. We want to try to win districts. But right now, we just want to get better tomorrow. We got a really tough opponent tomorrow with Woodland, and we just need to get better for tomorrow.
What I did was I gave co-players of the game, but I want to hear your perspective tonight. Carter Freeze, 22 points. Elijah Van Wagner, 20 points, 9 rebounds. Who would you have picked tonight, Coach?
I would have picked the team. I thought everybody on the bench was doing a really good job of helping each other. Everybody's ready to go in the game. We subbed a lot tonight. Carter Freeze, sophomore, he's been with me since September 4th. He shows up every morning to shoot. And so I'm glad that what his hard work paid off tonight, and you could tell, I don't know what his percentage was, but he shot it really well tonight. But it's not because he just showed up November 4th or November 5th whenever practice started. He's been here since September 4th.
Wow. One thing I wanted to ask you got a lot of fans watching, some all the way out in California related to Decina. What do you want to say to the folks who are watching you guys, supporting you all the way from here, all the way to California, Coach?
Hey, number one, we can't do it without the fans. We cannot do it without the support. These boys deserve it. They enjoy it. And we're thankful to have you because Zach's family can watch that out in California. We're very thankful for you. And anybody that's tuning in, we got a great game coming up right next. It's the last year's quarterfinal game. We got the state champion, Class 1 in Chadwick. Tomorrow we got a bunch of great games, a bunch of local teams. I encourage everybody to come out and watch basketball and watch these kids. They play hard. Every team today has been playing extremely hard, physical. It's just a fun time of year.
Man, I'm having a blast. 6 games in, my voice still feels pretty good, Coach.
All right. Well, I appreciate
see you later on, my friend.
Thank you.
Coach Jacob Black here joining us live. Class act all the way. He is the head coach of the Van Buren Bulldogs. All right, we've got one more game to go. Let's go down courtside.
Current challenge, hosted by First Midwest Bank.
For the player introductions.
For tonight, first, for the visitors on the scoreboard, the Chadwick High School Cardinals. Number 1, Creek Gary. Number 21, Preston Kenyon. Number 22, Tristan Smith. Number 33, Clayton Garrison. And number 34, Remington Gardy. The Cardinals are coached by Sean Garrett, Ethan Garrett, and Evan Smith. Now for the home team on the scoreboard, the Richland High School Rebels. Number 5, Peyton Connor. Number 10, Hunter Sanders. Number 12, Gary Tilley. Number 23, Tucker Hughes. And number 24, Eric Williams. The Rebels are coached by Matt Klein and Stephanie DePue. Tonight's referees are Calvin Harris, John Sterling, and Eddie Duggan.
All right, so there you go. Those are the starters with our officials. We've got one more game to go. I'm Frankie Castillo alongside Tim Hicks. Let's welcome in Mr. Dave Weinman to the broadcast here tonight. And Dave Weinman, my friend, are you ready?
I'm ready. This is the first game of the year for the Rebels, so that'll be good to see how they react.
First game for the Rebels, first game for the Cardinals. It's a rematch of last season where Richland came up a little bit short. Revenge on their mind. Should be a lot of fun. I'm happy to have you alongside.
Well, thank you very much for having me. Been a while since I've got to talk next to you.
It's been a long time. So here we go. It's going to be controlled by Richland. The Rebels are wearing the home white jerseys with the red trim and the red numbering. You look at Chadwick out there on your screen wearing the black away jerseys with the white trim and the red trim, white numbering. We're going to get a whistle here and a quick foul off the bat. These two teams, they know each other very, very well, Dave. They met last year, and believe me, they're on a collision course again this season after tonight's game as well. Foul going to be on Clayton Garrison, his first free throw presented by Bank of Grandin, Eric Williams. It is up and good, and Richland has an early 1-0 advantage.
You know, Chadwick is a really, really small town. I don't know if you ever had a chance to be over there. It's kind of east of Ozark, Missouri, kind of in the well, it's in the middle of nowhere, Frankie.
It really is. Here we go now as Kenyon now back top of the key at Creek. Gurin. A good spin move that time by Garrison, who lost it going out of bounds. Good pickup by Eric Williams. 7:25. It is a 2-0 ball game. Big crowd watching us right now on YouTube and on Facebook. So glad to have you alongside.
Yeah, number 33, Garrison, he's just a beast. He was so good last year, and, of course, he's back again this year, so expect him to be even better this year, which is, you know, really Richland's game plan should be just to kind of contain him, and if they can do that, I think they'll do okay.
Tucker Hughes with that big stop a moment ago. Williams missing the jumper off the backboard. Garrison with the rebound, and like you said, right on cue, he goes coast to coast, tying the ball game at 2 apiece.
Yeah, he's really a dominant player. Does everything, defense, offense. I mean, he's really the key to their team.
So now as we see Richland, Hunter Sanders going inside the paint, tries to draw contact, unable to do it, but the offensive board by Eric Williams will give a 4-2 lead to the Rebels. So now Creek Gurin brings it down the floor. Good
really the battle of small schools. I think Chadwick, I looked up, their population is 350, and I think Essex is around 400. So
I was going to say it's pretty similar in size.
It's very similar, yes, sir.
Smith now top of the key, going down, and he will throw it up, and a foul coming his direction. 2 free throws presented by the Bank of Grandin. Believe it's going to be on Hayden Connor. Connor picks up his first personal foul. Free throw line coming for the Chadwick Cardinals. First time I've got a chance to see this team or Richland. First one is up and good by Smith.
Richland lost 2 players from last year's team. Didn't really hurt them too bad. I mean, the good players, and they significant contributions, but they've got some more younger guys that came in and filled that void. So they should be tough this year.
I lost you from my team. I'm not really happy about that, Dave. We won't talk about that right now. He used to come in, folks, on my radio talk show once a month, but he left me to go work for Dexter. Three-pointer, no good. Here is the rebound by Garrison. Garrison is going to have it knocked away out of bounds. What I like about this matchup here, these two teams, they know each other, and they both bring a lot of fans with them right here to Van Buren.
One thing you can tell, of course, first game of the year, it's hard to predict how the players are going to react. But I will say neither team, they're not going to have players that are used to playing football.
No, you're right. Shot is no good by Garrison. Ball is batted around and picked up by Sanders. Oh, good job there by the Cardinals. Interception. And now we got an offensive foul going the other way.
Actually had 2 players step in there and take that, so
Yes,
I don't know
you
who they're
did.
going to.
They're going to call it on Daughtery, I believe. Daughtery, number 34, Remington Daughtery. No, they're going to call that one on Garrison. I thought they said 34, not 33. They'll check that again, I'm sure.
That's 2 on him.
Yep. If it stands, it's going to be.
That's a big foul.
That's a huge foul. We'll see if it holds. Somebody from Chadwick said, I think it was 34. We'll see what they come up with. There's a big shot by Richland. And Gary Tilley with his first bucket. It is now a 6-3 score. The last time you and I were on the air at a ball game, there's a good move inside by Daughtery as he's able to put up the bucket and score. We weren't doing streaming back then, just radio. How about this setup here, Dave?
You've really upgraded your setup for sure. This is quite impressive, I will say. You must have gotten a little bit of budget dollars or something.
Well, I tell you, the guru behind everything is we see a three-pointer. This one no good by Tilley. Ball is batted around, right back to Sanders for 3. It's no good. Going to get a whistle here and a foul. I was going to say the guru is right in front of us, Mr. Tim Hicks.
Well,
he is the mastermind.
He has got you set up.
He's got me set up. Dalton Little going to check in for Chadwick. Remington Daughtery takes the seat. Also coming in, Jacob Wally. He'll come in for Hayden Connor. My good buddy, David Miller is tuning in tonight. Also tuning in as well. Miller says he is watching them Rebels. He says, hey, Dave. Believe the word is he's calling you a traitor. No, he didn't say that. I'm calling you a traitor for leaving me. Buren, a three-pointer is no good. Tell you what, a lot of folks here watching tonight on Facebook and YouTube. If you're watching us on Facebook, make sure and hit that share button for us on the YouTube channel. Just hit that subscribe button. We'll be in action tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m.
You know, I will say something about the Cardinals, the folks at Chadwick. We went over there for the regional game at the end of the year last year, and they really just they had their way with us in a bad way, but nice people. I mean, certainly very nice people over there, and had an excellent team and went on to win the state championship.
Another turnover. That was good ball movement there. Just could not come up with it, as Garrison could not make the shot. They're going to wave off the shot and a travel instead. Stay calm, Dave. Stay calm, my man.
That's okay. Still early.
3:38 turnover on the Richland Rebels. They've got 4 early on turnovers here in the first quarter, 2 by Chadwick. It is a 7-6 ball game now. The Cardinals leading by 1.
What do you think of the size of that bulldog in the middle of the floor there,
I'll tell you what,
Frankie?
I was just going to make a joke. I said the Cardinals up by 1. We didn't say much of that this past baseball season, did we, Dave? I'm not forgot about that. Shot is up and no good by Smith. Rebounded by Hughes. Yes, it's true. I'm a big Chicago fan.
Big Cubs fan.
We didn't say that very much for us either. Another turnover as Garrison steps inside the paint and somehow keeps his dribble. They work it around the timeline. A three-pointer by Kenyon is good. A Country Road Market three-pointer. And now it is a 10-6 ball game. Wayne Wilcutt is tuning in. Thank you so much, my friend. It's been a lot of fun. 7 games today, 7 tomorrow. Wally missing the first opportunity, gets his own rebound. A three-pointer is no good by Tilley. And we're going to get a whistle here and a foul.
Now, did you broadcast all the games today?
All the games.
Well, that's a long day, Frankie.
It's a long day. Little going to be called for the personal foul. Coach Black said this is an Ironman competition, he feels like.
Well, I was in this gym after the flooding. I don't know if you got to come over and look at it or not.
I did not, no.
But, I would never have guessed it would turn with the new floor and everything. It looks really nice in here, and nice facilities and good place to host.
What a
shootout.
big three-pointer by Clayton Garrison. Country Road Market three-pointer.
About 7 years ago, this place did not look nearly as nice as what it does right now.
If you're Richland right now, Dave, what do you need to do? 5 timeouts, maybe take one and settle down the team a little bit. 7-point game, and we're going to get a whistle here and a foul with 1:48 to go. Speaking of the coaches, oh, you know it, Wayne. I've got multiple green drinks. I showed you one of those green drinks. I've had 3 so far today. I even have my cough bottle full of ginger as well. I know you got your own version of a green drink.
I have a green drink as well, but it's Diet Mountain Dew.
Diet Mountain Dew. Uh-oh, they don't like that call. They're going to call that one on Tristan Smith. They were hoping to get that foul on Clayton Garrison. Richland being coached by Matt Klein in his 8th season as head coach with a record of 179 and 38. Impressive coaching record there by Coach Klein of the Richland Rebels.
Matt would do anything for his players. He really, he comes across as kind of gruff and little few scowls every now and then. But
a three-pointer by Creek Gurin. Another three-pointer presented by Country Road Market. Boy, right now it's a 16-6 ball game. Speaking of the Cardinals, they're being coached by Sean Gurin. He is in his 9th season as head coach with a record of 146-70. Well, I tell you what, this Chadwick team, they are doing
ball movement there.
They've got some great ball movement here early on. And we're going to get a timeout called by Chadwick. It is a 18-6 ball game.
Yeah.
The Rebels calling a timeout, 30-second timeout, so we'll keep it here. Our ball game here this evening being brought to you by our good friends at Meisel's Rockin' Dirt, also being brought to you by Chumpin Reynolds, Keith Parker, Missouri Farm Bureau Insurance, Turner Excavating LLC, McSpadden Funeral Home of Van Buren and Elsinore, also being brought to you by Comfort Kings of Southeast Missouri and Countryside Chevrolet. So 4 timeouts remaining for the Richland Rebels with 1:09 to go here in the first quarter, and it is a very early part in the ball game. However, the Cardinals out of the gate shooting 7 out of 11, 64%. The Rebels just 2 out of 9 so far.
That's the ball game right there. I mean, one of them showed up to play, and the other one's still, I guess, sleeping from the turkey from yesterday.
I wish I was still sleeping from turkey. I did overeat yesterday, I can assure you of that. 1 minute to go here in the first quarter. Be a good way here. Oh, good move inside. Lob pass is up, and can't get the ball.
Gotta make those if you want to win.
Tilley had the opportunity. Good job by Kenyon, and a travel going to be called instead. That would have been disastrous if Kenyon would have got the foul. The ball went in.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what I like. I like these two fan sections. They're just going to go at it all night long. I love it. That lets you know that you've made it to the promised land on a big game like this in night 1. It's very real to believe that these two schools could meet up again at some point this season. What a move by Tucker Hughes.
You know, Tucker's a pretty good story. He deals with type 1 diabetes, Frankie, and he, of course, that is such a, well, it's a disease he'll have to deal with his entire life, but he has really done well managing that, watching that. Of course, his mother's a nurse practitioner, so she keeps on him pretty hard, but tremendous athlete for us at the Rebels.
Going to say the Rebels are Class 1, District 2. Other teams in their district: Bell City, Delta, Leopold, Marquand, Zion, Oak Ridge, Scott County Central, and Zalma. Chadwick has Bradleyville, Billings, also School of the Ozarks. Count it and the bucket. As Chadwick is going to go up here by 12. They're going to count it and the foul. And that's going to be the second foul on Sanders, too. So that's a big foul with 0.8 of a second remaining. So Kenyon completes the three-point play. At the end of one, it is a 21-8 score. So are you surprised here early on that the Cardinals have extended their lead at 21-8 so far?
You know, really going into this, like I said, Richland's very first game of the year. They got beat badly by Chadwick last year, so I'm sure they were probably very tentative, very scared, I guess, coming into it. So they've got to figure out that they can still play with them, and that'll be determined in the next few quarters.
Just for the record, my green drink is better than yours, just so you know.
I don't know what's in that. I'm pretty sure that's not water. I don't know if you brew that in the homestead down there.
I do that in the homestead. Got kale, ginger, lemon, and pineapple, my friend.
I think I may be allergic to that. I
You're good. You're allergic to good food or good nutrition, right?
don't know. But it might throw me into such a lockdown. I don't know. That may be bad for me.
So far tonight, the Richland Rebels are shooting 25%, just 3 out of 12 overall. Meanwhile, Chadwick is shooting 8 of 13 at 62%.
That's really good.
It really is. They have had a phenomenal first quarter. We'll see if that will sustain.
Well, like I said, they came in here ready to play.
They did. They come out, and so far they are shooting really well. Chadwick now with the ball. They are going from right to left. Tucker Hughes remains out there. So does Eric Williams. Gary Tilley is out there. Jacob Wally as well. Same five to begin this ball game, with the exception of Hunter Sanders. Big bucket there. 23-8 now the score. Boy, Richland's going to have to get some buckets here and get back in this ball game. Hayden Connor back in. He's got 2 fouls. Going to get a foul here on the Cardinals. A lot of ball game is left to be played. Dalton Little picks up a foul. First foul here of this second quarter. And we've got a whistle and a foul coming up. This one is going to be on the Richland Rebels. And I believe it's going to be on Tucker Hughes. It is. Back in for Chadwick is Thayer Little. Little comes in for Dalton Little. Big crowd tonight on YouTube. Almost 200 folks watching, or devices that is, watching us tonight. Three-pointer is no good by Guerin. Rebound. Tilley and company, 23-8. Miscommunication, a turnover by Connor, Hayden Connor. Little miscommunication there.
You know, the Rebels have some young players, freshmen that are very good. They just don't have any experience at this level. And I was really expecting kind of their juniors and seniors really to have a little more confidence than what they've got. And like we said, it's still the first game of the year, and they haven't really figured out what they're doing yet.
Foul going to be called on the Rebels. It'll be on Jacob Wally. That is team foul number 2 here in the quarter. Free throw presented by Bank of Grandin is no good for Smith. So now checking in is going to be Hunter Sanders for Hayden Connor. So in that quarterfinal game last season, was it a back and forth pretty much all game, or did Chadwick get out to a good start like they did tonight? How did that start?
It started out very close, and like I said, both teams were really charged up. They were really, you know, it was we
That's
brought
a way to end a run right there. Yeah. Sorry, by Tucker Hughes, able to get into the basket in the paint and knock it off the backboard.
And that's what they need to do more of. Just don't try to do anything fancy. Just get the ball where they need to.
It's only a 13-point game.
Yeah, I mean, they still got a lot of time left. But, yeah, the game last year was just amazing. I mean, Chadwick's gym is small, and every possible nook and cranny in that gym was occupied. and everybody that was there was excited about the game.
Boy, Smith does not miss many of those. He was wide open. And once again, got to get a timeout maybe or a jump ball. It's going to be a jump ball. It's going to stay with Richland. I think Coach there wanted a timeout, just didn't get it granted. 5:59 before halftime, 23-10. I would say if you're Richland right now,
I just try to be solid with the basketball. Just try to do things on a like that right there. It's just a little chip shot. Should have been an easy layup.
Missing the three-pointer to begin with, and they could not follow through. That's a great question. How did the Richland girls game go last week against Chadwick?
We don't have a girls game. We don't have a girls team at Richland.
Okay, well, there you go. Somebody asked that question, so that's why I was asking you.
Yeah, no.
So
we do have 4 players from Richland that are actually playing on the Bloomfield Wildcat team.
All right. Well, there you go. What a move by Clayton Garrison. Ended up sacrificing his body on that one, 25-10, and give him 9 points. Long three, it's coming. It is good by Gary Tilley, a Country Road Market three-pointer. Richland needed that one.
Gary is a very solid shooter, and like I said, confidence with him is critical, as it is to all the players. But, getting that, huge for the Rebels.
Three-pointer coming, and this one hits the front end, no good. And a rebound by Tucker Hughes. And a foul going to be called as well. So a foul coming on Tristan Smith. Team foul number 2 here in the quarter. 4:49 to go here before halftime. 25-13. I would say if you're Richland right now, your best opportunity is to possibly cut in to this deficit and get it to maybe underneath 10 before halftime. Oh, what a play. There is your Barker's Towing and Auto Repair replay as Garrison, a two-handed jam.
He's such a good player, such an athlete. I mean, he's pretty amazing.
That was a very nice play. 27-13 the score. Haven't seen many dunks here today. It's only about the third one that we've seen, and there's another steal.
And not taking anything away
another
from
two-handed dunk.
From the other 4 players on the Cardinals teams. I mean, they're all good, but he is just one of the phenomenal players in Class 1 basketball. And
he is showing it here today.
Certainly is.
By the way, we're going to see Chadwick taking on Puxico tomorrow.
That'll be a good one.
That should be a good one. That'll be at 4 o'clock. It is a 29-13 score. So now Creek Buren are going to hold it down near midcourt. They'll reset it up. Richland 2-3 zone here. Tristan Smith has 1 point today so far. Chadwick shooting at still 60%, and we are midway through this second quarter. That's really good for them. Good for any team to be shooting that kind of quality shots. They're also a 3 out of 6 from downtown. Here's another. Oh, he thought about taking a three-pointer, backed away. So now Buren.
Looks like Richard's playing a little man-to-man right now, and Eric Williams is on number 33. That's a big request, but he's doing what he can.
So now Smith near the free throw line. And that was just amazing execution there. They took their time, did not rush their shot. And all of a sudden, it is jumped up to a 31-13 lead. It's an 18-point game. I don't think anybody in this gym predicted that. One thing about what we're seeing around the rim to this point, Richland having an awfully hard time cleaning it up and getting those offensive rebounds to fall for points.
And that's what's frustrating, because if you look at the matchups between the Cardinals and the Rebels, the Rebels have the better rebounding squad other than Garrison. I mean, I think we are a taller, bigger team, 4 out of the 5 players. But you're right. They're just not rebounding in the way they should.
Sean Cole is going to check in. Preston Kenyon is going to take a seat. He is out. Remington Daughtery back in. Both free throws, no good. Right now, nothing is going the way for Richland. 31-13.
Sean Cole is the son of Sean Cole, who led us to a state championship back in '96.
So now Little with it, picked up by Sean Cole. Under 2 minutes to go here before halftime. So now Guerin going to hand it off to Smith. And we're going to get a carry that time. Going to be a turnover. And now is where, if you're Richland, you got to take these turnovers and turn them into buckets on the other end.
Absolutely. And it doesn't have to be anything flashy. It's just those simple fundamental things that you try to get done right, and then that builds your confidence so that you can do the other stuff you need to do.
Well over 200 right now. Watching on YouTube alone, another turnover. Well, I'll tell you what, this Chadwick team, they are something.
You know, that play right there is indicative of what this game is about. I mean, Garrison had the ball. Everybody was worried. Rebels did get it back away from him and immediately turned it over.
So far in the ball game, that is 10 turnovers for the Richland Rebels here in the first half. Guerin now with 5 points. They're going to hand it off. Smith, 3 points in the first half. One thing about Chadwick, oh, what a good move. Good ball movement. This time it did not fall. But if I go back to my original statement, you make a stop on defense, you got to come back the other way and put points on the board. And in this time, Cole misses the first opportunity. It is stripped away. Last touch by Richland, and we're going to get a timeout. It is a 30-second timeout here, this one by the Cardinals. They've got 4 timeouts as well. Let's step away for one moment and hear from our good friends at First Midwest Bank. You're watching live coverage. It is the Current River Challenge presented by First Midwest Bank. .1 seconds, all that remains here in the first half. So far, it has been pretty much all Chadwick to this point. Chadwick outscoring Richland 21-8 in the first quarter, 10-5 so far in this second quarter. They are down 31-13. What was that, Dave? You said after the ball game you're going to treat Tim and I to a hamburger. Is that right?
Hey, just come ahead.
There you go, Tim.
It's all right.
That's how that works, my friend. You strong arm somebody. So here we go. Little. Tell you what, I can't speak for Tim, but this is our first time streaming these games over here, and man, it's went by so fast. Already 7th game, almost halftime. It has been a tremendous amount of fun.
Well, I will say I am very impressed with your equipment and I don't see how you keep up with all of the stats and talking while you're doing it and watching the game at the same time. And you're kind of like a one-man band there, Frankie.
Well, I'll tell you what, at the end of the first half, 31-13 is the score. And if you're Chadwick going into halftime right now, up by 18 points, you got to feel pretty confident going into halftime that so far, and we still have a whole nother half to go, but as of right now, you have taken Richland's best shot to this point and still able to counter that with your own punch, leading by 18 points.
Well, you know, Richland come out, they had high hopes and a lot of adrenaline, and I think that lasted about 10 seconds. And then first quarter, they just got outscored, 21-5.
In the first quarter, it was 21-8.
21-8.
And then 10-5 in that second quarter, all Chadwick to this point. So what we're going to do is let's take a 3-minute break here, Tim. We'll come right back. We've got your halftime coming up. It's all being brought to you by PB Realty Legacy Farm and Land Specialists. Don't go anywhere. You're watching exclusive coverage. It is the Current River Challenge. It is presented by First Midwest Bank.
Tired of wondering where your meat comes from? Country Road Market has the answer. We're bringing the farm straight to your table. From fresh cuts to custom processing, we do it all. Bring us your deer, hog, or cattle, and let our expert butchers work their magic. Skip the grocery store and support your local farmers. Country Road Market is located at 558 County Road 507, just off Highway KK in Wapapillo.
Barker's Towing and Auto Repair. As the name suggests, Barker's does more than just towing.
Here at Barker's, we offer a complete line of automotive services, including tires, brakes, alignments, maintenance, and repair.
And for our car enthusiasts, you'll enjoy our speed shop for quality performance parts.
We are locally owned and look forward to earning your business.
And for those times that you need a tow, Barker's Towing is available 24/7 for all of your towing and auto recovery needs.
It's Barker's by request. 573-785-7811.
All right, so we are back here at the half, and let's talk about it here for just a moment. Richland is shooting 24% overall. They were outscored in that first quarter by 21-8, 10-5 in that second quarter. Overall, Dave, they are shooting at 24%, just 1 of 7 from behind the arc, 20 rebounds. The big takeaway is 2 things. 1 of 7 from behind the arc, and 10 turnovers so far first half.
Which, you would expect being this early in the season, but I think they certainly got an eye-opening experience with the team that Chadwick brought with them, and having so much confidence right out of the gate, shooting so well, handling the ball so well, not turning over the ball. I really do think Richland had a lot of adrenaline, but they really kind of thought that they would kind of roll over Chadwick a little bit because, Richland did not lose a lot of players from last year, and so they thought, well, we're really strong. We're going to just bowl over them, and that is not the story so far in the game.
On the other side, Chadwick shooting 57%. They are 13 of 23 at 3 out of 6 from behind the arc, 2 out of 5 on the free throw line, 4 assists, 7 rebounds, 7 steals. 2 things, much like Richland, they are 3 of 6 from behind the arc, but only 4 first-half turnovers to go along with 7 steals. That just tells you in transition as of right now, Chadwick has the upper hand.
Do you have the breakdown on the individual players from Chadwick and how you do such an awesome job with that?
What are you wanting to? I was going to go, that was my next point, to go over the scoring for each player.
Well, I mean,
you want to do that now?
Yeah, sure. Garrison obviously is leading, and that's
Garrison
what we would
leads.
expect.
He's got 13 points here for Chadwick, and then after that, the scoring kind of drops off. 8 points by Preston Kenyon, 5 by Creek Gurin. And then from there, it is 2 points by Remington Daughtery. That is, and 3, by the way, for Tristan Smith. That is your scoring. The main factor is Clayton Garrison, 13 points, 2 assists, 3 rebounds. On the other side, if you're Richland, where do I get my points? And right now, you've got 5 points by Gary Tilley, 4 points by Eric Williams. That equals 9. And then Tucker Hughes has 4 as well, and that's it. Just 3 players have scored so far in the ball game for the Rebels.
So, on the Chadwick side, as expected, Garrison is going to be the leader, but I really kudos to the other guys that have been picking up some points, because you have to have a little bit of balance there, and that's what they've been able to do. On the Richland side, you've got those 3 players that have some points, but you've got, other players that Hunter Sanders, he should have some points. He doesn't. You've got some guys that really need to step up, get their confidence under them, and really go forward. Jacob Wally has no points yet this game, so we expect them to hopefully play a different second half than they did the first half, and make this game a little closer.
With this game so far, Richland, they have missed 8 layups basically underneath the basket, and that could be 16 of the 18-point deficit here early on.
If I was Coach Klein at halftime and I was talking to the Richland team, they've got some guys that can make some three-point shots, but, they've also, and I mentioned this in the first half, they should really be rebounding better than the Chadwick team. Chadwick has, Garrison, who's tall and can jump out of the gym, but the other 4 players, they should be able to put a body on them, box them out, and get some rebounds both on the offensive and the defensive end.
Tell you what, let's take a minute break with it being our halftime sponsor. Let's hear from PB Realty Legacy Farm and Land Specialist. 31-18, your score, 31-13 rather. It is your score right now. We are at halftime. It is the Cardinals over the Rebels. We're coming right back in 1 minute. You're watching live coverage. It is the Current River Challenge. We are live on Facebook and on YouTube by going to youtube.com/River Radio PB. It is presented by First Midwest Bank. All right, so we are back. We've got one more half to go. It's a shame that the games are winding down. It'll be Chadwick basketball when we begin here in the third quarter of play.
Who are your matchups tomorrow, Frankie?
Tomorrow we're going to begin with Dora and Greenville. Some of the premier matchups I'm looking forward to. Mountain Grove and Kennett. You've got Van Buren taking on Woodland. That should be a finale tomorrow night. You've got Liberty Mountain View against Twin Rivers. And then the one I'm looking forward to, this same Chadwick team taking on the Puxico Indians. That one's going to be good as well. I believe it will be.
Yeah, Puxco's pretty salty.
They really are. So here we go. Third quarter now. Richland will make that Chadwick with the ball. They will have their same starting 5 on the floor to begin with, and they are picking up right where they left off. Big time bucket by Garrison, and now we are underway here in this second half. Eric Williams is going to turn it over. Another turnover by Richland. That is number 11 here in the ball game as a team. Clayton Garrison, 15 points, 3 rebounds. Tristan Smith gives it to Garrison. Garrison flips it to Daughtery. Now back to Smith. The bank is open here at First Midwest Bank. That one hits the top of the backboard and goes in. Everything right now is falling for Richland.
Not Richland,
for Chadwick rather. Tristan Smith, my goodness.
That is quite an imposing bulldog there on the gym floor, Frankie. I don't know. I think they may have done that on purpose.
You might be right. 36-13. Everything for Chadwick falling in the early going here in this half, and much like in the first half as well. .706, 36-13. Don't think many people expected the game that we're seeing right now. I think a lot of folks, including myself, thought this game could be close through and through. There's a big turnover again. Absolutely. Garrison takes it away. Garrison inside the paint. He is a major beast inside that paint. 38-13 now the score. I'll tell you what, Chadwick ain't messing around, and it could be a running clock in the fourth quarter. That's a big shot there by Gary Tilley, presented by Country Road Market, a big three-pointer. 38-16 now. If I'm the head coach of Puxico, I'm watching this game intently.
Absolutely.
Coach Fernetti, we'll see him tomorrow afternoon, 4 o'clock. I'll tell you what, 4 o'clock, 5:30, 7 o'clock is all going to be really good ball games tomorrow. Every game tomorrow is going to be pretty decent.
Yeah, this is really a good shootout that they put together.
It really is. I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to seeing Dora and Greenville play. Greenville started us off today, had a great showing, getting their first win of the year. They came in 0-2 on the season, picked up a big win as Daughtery with a rebound. Tell you what, that girls game today between Van Buren and Kennett rather. Kennett got off to a strong start, but Van Buren, they cut that lead down 3 times, and they made it a 3-point ball game in the very end. Quick turnover. Hopefully Garrison's okay.
You know, the Van Buren Delta boys game, started out
pretty good.
But then Van Buren just kind of took it away from them.
Boom, just like that, down to 20 points. 38-18. What I like about Richland right now is even though you were down by 25 a few moments ago, they're not quitting, only down by 20 right now.
These boys have played together since they've been in grade school, and they know each other very, very well. It's nothing is a surprise. They know what they're going to get. They just
playing much better right now as Tilley able to make that shot off the backboard. Remember in the first half, they missed 8 of those shots. They're not missing them right now.
Confidence, and then, like I said, the ability to get the rebounds and have those second shots is really a
What do you think Coach Klein told his team at halftime?
I'm sure it was not whispering. I'm sure he probably had the
probably
volume
not.
level.
3-point basket is no good. Hit the front end. Guerin missing the shot. And they're going to go no shot here. It's going to be a foul coming up on the Cardinals.
See what number they have here.
I believe it's going to be on Guerin, Creek Guerin, I believe. That's who I thought it was going to be on. We'll wait and see for sure.
Number 1.
It is going to be on number 1, Creek Guerin, his second personal foul. First foul of the half by either team. Shot is no good. Fighting for the loose ball rebound. And that is something we did not see in that first half. Hats off to Eric Williams using his body in the paint, getting that loose ball rebound, and drawing contact over Daughtery.
Does so many
No, I'm
things.
sorry, Garrison. That's his third.
I mean, that play right there, of course, gives Richland the opportunity to get some points. It also gives them a foul on the Chadwick side.
And Williams missing the Bank of Grandin free throw.
Would have been nice to have made that one.
It also gives Garrison his third foul, so that's a little bit important as we move on throughout this ball game.
Absolutely.
Second one is up and good at 38-21. It's down to 17 points now. Tim did say if they go to overtime, he's buying everybody in this gym a hot dog.
Well, there'll be a nice color of green that late at night, but hey.
Guarantee it. 4:21 to play. Tristan Smith with 6 points here in the contest inside the paint. Boy, one thing Chadwick has really done well tonight, they've got really good ball movement, period. Hands down.
And I mean, just Eric Williams, a lot of people don't say anything when you're on the defensive side of the ball, but just watch him with Garrison. Garrison obviously is such an athlete, such an accomplished basketball player, but Eric is doing really good hanging in there with him. He's aggravating him. He's kind of throwing him off his game a little bit, so that's a positive.
I think we have an injury here with Creek Guerin. He is going to have to come out.
Shoelaces untied.
And Dalton Little is going to come in to replace him. Well, Guerin now, they got 6 players on the court, so I guess they're going to send Dalton Little. Oh, I'm sorry, Daughtery came out. So Daughtery's going to come out. 4 minutes to go here in the third quarter, 38-21. So far, Richland has outscored 8-7. Garrison from the free throw line, no good. This is Richland's time to get points in. There's a turnover, an unforced turnover.
Uh-oh. Walk.
So a walk is called. So both teams turn it over to each other. Coach Klein is starting to, he is becoming more animated here in this half. In a good way. He's up, he's a little bit fired up, he's getting his team fired up. They make a basket here. Shot is no good, rebounded by the Cardinals.
Richland will be playing in the Oran tournament this next week. They're seeded first in that one. That's usually the first games that they play of the year, but this shootout really
kind of gives them some good competition early. There's another turnover. That pass right into Preston Kenyon's chest. It was a football pass, almost. Good job by Eric Williams, somehow saving it. It wouldn't have been a backcourt violation anyway. It's going to be tipped off of, I believe it's going to be off of Richland. Yep, going to be a turnover on the Rebels. And we're going to get a whistle here. Maybe a timeout, a full timeout. I believe it's going to be a full timeout here by the Cardinals.
2:46 left in the quarter.
They've got 3 timeouts remaining, 38-21 the score. So happy to have you alongside for the first day of the Current River Challenge. Got a chance to hang out with Debbie Gibbs early on. She is the president of First Midwest Bank. They do a phenomenal job with this shootout 2-day deal. I mean, they bring in some good competition. This season, they have brought in more local teams. And I tell you what, it's good for fan interaction. It is good for just good basketball in general.
Absolutely. This, football season is over. Like I said, neither one of these schools have football teams, but, it's a good transition to get ready for good high school basketball.
You know, it's amazing. Tim and I usually begin our basketball season in December, but we got the call back in March. It's pretty cool that we get a chance to do this here in November in Van Buren. And I've not made one football reference all ball game. I'm pretty stoked about that. The whole day, I thought I would make tons of them.
There you go.
I didn't talk about a field goal, or I didn't talk about the red zone or anything like that. You should be proud, Dave. Big turnover. They got to create this into points, and what a block by Garrison.
It's going to be out of bounds on Chadwick, but
My goodness. Garrison went high up for that block.
His vertical leap, I think, was around Hunter's forehead there.
My goodness. I don't want to challenge him to a foot race, I promise you. I'm going to lose by a landslide. Whistle and a foul on the inbound. Hunter Connor grabbing at his, going to be a foul on Dalton Little. Going to be his third. 2:32 to go here in the third. 17-point lead. Shot is up and no good. Sanders could not get it to roll in. Kenyon with the rebound. So far in the ball game, the Rebels have out-rebounded Chadwick. You ready for this? 24-10. By the way, the Rebels have 12 offensive rebounds in this contest and are still down by 17.
Just haven't been able to convert. I mean, we knew they could rebound with them and could dominate on them, but they just haven't been able to convert on those offensive rebounds.
Foul going to be called here on the Rebels. Coming up on the 2-minute mark here in the third quarter of play. So now Preston Kenyon with 8 points on the night. And we're going to get a whistle and a turnover. And that brings Coach Buren up off his feet. Not happy with that turnover by his team. That is the 8th turnover by Chadwick in the ball game. He strikes me as a coach who, if you get one turnover, it's one too many.
You could just see there that matchup against Garrison. I mean, he didn't really challenge because he's got 3 fouls. So I mean, he didn't get aggressive on defense, but just his presence, it just threw Eric off and could not make that shot.
Nobody rebounded on that 3-point opportunity, and now the ball is being tipped around. It'll be saved right into the hands of Sanders. 3-pointer by Connor is off the mark. It's no good. Good offensive rebound. And
Just
once again, cannot convert on the easy bucket.
Like I said, very early in the season, Richland, this is a good group of kids that they've got. I know every one of them well and know their families. This is going to be a good basketball season for them, but I know they were really hoping to do bigger and better things in this game.
Going to be on Hayden Connor, his third.
Richland's got a few animated fans over here to our left. They're not happy with
I
something.
think they rode with you. Under a minute to go here in the third quarter. 38-21, and a foul going to be called on Hughes, I believe. Too much contact there. Try to go in for the steal. Yep, going to be on Hughes, and that'll be his second personal foul. Tell you what, it's a much different ball game here in this third quarter. Richland has actually outscored 8-7, believe it or not.
Just
they've calmed down.
Got to do more than that, though.
Yeah, you're right. If you're Coach Klein, you would really like for this to be about 10 points going in the fourth quarter. That's not going to happen with only 36 seconds left. That's what you would want to see happen. 30 seconds and counting. And there's a foul by Hayden Connor, his fourth, and that is big. That is his fourth personal foul. Coach Klein going to leave him in with only 27 seconds left. Oh, we can round that up to 28 if you want. There we go. Kenyon now with the inbound, picked up by Tilley. Kenyon, top of the key. Going to hand it off this time to Smith. 15 seconds. Well, I tell you what, good defense by the Rebels. 4 seconds. Kenyon, or make that, Smith is going to go up top, and Garrison.
Gosh.
Oh my goodness gracious. Garrison at the buzzer.
Flies in like Superman.
It is a 40-21 ball game. There is your Barker's Towing and Auto Repair replay. Perfect timing, right on cue, Timbo. It is a 40-21 score. And we'll be back. Don't go anywhere. We're back in 30 seconds from the Current River Challenge. It is presented by First Midwest Bank. All right, so here we go as we get ready for the fourth and final quarter. It'll be Richland basketball. I'm Frankie Castile. Tim Hicks is on the camera. My good buddy, longtime friend, Dave Wyman. Even though he abandoned me and moved off to next door.
You broadcast enough strength. I can come over and talk to you even about Dexter stuff.
I'm all about it, my good friend.
We got a lot going on. If we can just keep our employers in town and keep the tornadoes out of town, we'll be doing good.
Yes, sir, indeed. 8 minutes to go here in the ball game. Richland, they are going from left, or make that right to left. Sean Cole is in the ball game now. Checks in here for the first time at this half. 7:49 to go in the ball game.
Sean's dad and uncles and even his aunt, Talisha.
That's a big three-pointer right there by Hunter Sanders. It is a three-point basket.
There you go.
Presented by Country Road Market. And now it is a 16-point ball game. It's going to be a foul on Tristan Smith.
Said Sean's dad and his uncles and even his aunt all were just tremendous athletes and made just a huge impact on Richland Rebel athletics, spread out over several years.
Inside the paint there. Good job by the Rebels. It is now a 40-26 ball game. So Richland turned a turnover into points. Jump ball is going to stay with the Cardinals. Seven minutes and 12 seconds to go. 14-point ball game now. Telling you, Richland making it interesting now.
Well, they still have a little bit to go.
They do. Garrison, and he tips in his own miss.
There was 4 guys on that player. 4 guys, 4-on-1, and he still scores.
I was going to say he still made the basket. Boy, Garrison, I know the fans wanted a foul, but let me tell you, from where I'm sitting, that's pretty good defense.
He's such an athlete.
I think Hughes was in the wrong place by the baseline. He was not positioned well, and Garrison exploited that.
And not taking anything away from the other 4 players on Chadwick's
team. Sure,
team,
absolutely.
But he's just such an athlete. He's always in the right spot at the right time.
So Cole is going to get fouled as he goes up for 2. And that'll be a foul coming up, I believe, on Tristan Smith. So now Sean Cole with a couple of free throws presented by Bank of Grandin. First one is no good.
What's Richland done on the free throw percentage this
They're
season?
just 3 out of 9,
yeah,
33%, and Chadwick is 2 out of 5.
About as shiny as my pickup truck there.
Does go 1 out of 2, 15-point ball game. Buren now. Gonna work it around the timeline. Back around to Kenyon, who's got 8 points. Garrison leads the way with 21. He has been a hoss this entire ball game.
You know, they're just running the timeout. You know, they're not in a hurry to score. They know that they've got a lead. They're just handling the ball well. They're not.
Oh, good steal there by Hughes. And that's the risk you run when you play keep away. Oh, we're going to get a travel on Cole. You know, I'm interested to hear your thoughts on this. I still say we're a few years away, but I know Misha this year is experimenting with a Missouri having a shot clock at basketball games. I've been on the record many times. I'm okay with it. I like it. I know there's a lot of money involved with it, with schools to implement this in their gym.
Yeah.
But I think if we're able to ever get it implemented, I think it is a good thing for the game.
It certainly keeps the game more interesting. What it does do is, a few years ago when Charleston was so dominant, they were really dominant because of their defense and low scoring games. I mean, they didn't score that many points, but they could control the basketball so well, they could play defense so well that they won. And if you do have a shot clock, that does kind of change the dynamic of that strategy.
Going to get a foul. This one is going to be on Gary Tilley. Good sportsmanship there by Tilley. Going to get a timeout called by Richland. Believe it is a 30-second timeout. We'll keep it right here. But back on what we were talking about, I like the idea of a shot clock. I think that it is eventually, I know Arkansas, they're already doing a shot clock. I think Illinois is experimenting with it. They possibly are already doing it as well. I think Missouri is maybe 5 years away from it being implemented. The biggest thing is going to be the money it takes to get it set up, and you're going to have a whole new person that's going to run that shot clock. You can't do both. I think if schools can figure out how to do it, and they do make it a mandate later down the road, it could be a good thing for the sport. But I don't know. There's a lot of mixed feelings on this topic.
Yeah.
And I think it would be good, but there's a lot of people out there who say leave it alone.
Well, I mean, Richland several years ago, we didn't have a very athletic team, but we could control the basketball. So the coach at that time, his strategy, even in the start of the second half, he would just spread the floor out, and it was a very boring game to watch, but they were successful with the strategy because, they could control the ball so well, they could play defense so well. If you have a shot clock, you're going to take that strategy away, and it's going to turn into more of the run and gun, which, it just changes the game.
So we get a 30-second timeout here. This one called by Chadwick at the 5-second call. Fans over this direction, they wanted that 5-second call. Did not go their way. By the way, coming up tomorrow, here is the game schedule. Tomorrow we begin right at 10 a.m. between Greenville and Dora. And then at Summersville taking on Donovan. Liberty takes on Twin Rivers. Alton, they will take on East Carter. Could be, honestly, two games tomorrow really stick out to me. This is the first one. Same Chadwick team taking on Puxico, 4 p.m. Kennett will take on Mountain Grove. And then at 7 p.m., it is Van Buren taking on Woodland. I think that one could be very, very good as well. Van Buren tonight, 97 points they scored. Obviously, they've got the highest total, and we're going to get a foul on Hunter Sanders. I will say, this Chadwick team, they've impressed me. Van Buren, they can come out and score.
Well, one thing about, having a shootout here in Van Buren that's such an advantage is, like this Chadwick team, it's 2 hours and 20 minutes to get to their hometown at this point. And it's an hour and 20 minutes to get to Essex from here. So you can kind of meet in the middle. You can have these matchups, which, again, we would have liked to have been a little closer. But maybe tomorrow when they get to play Puxico, they're getting to play some teams that they normally would not get to play unless it was a state tournament situation.
You're absolutely correct. Three-pointer is no good by Tilley. Rebounded by Smith. Under 5 minutes to go. 44-27. Just a big crowd here tonight. Nearly 250 watching us right now on YouTube. Over almost 60 right now watching us on Facebook alone. It's a great way to cap off an amazing day one of high school basketball. A lot of these teams playing for the first time today. Some teams have already played. Greenville's already played 2 games prior to today. They're now 1-2 on the season. Also, Coach Hebe and Delta now 1-1 on the season. Boy, Pocahontas really come out and played very well today as well. We've got a collision here on Highway 60. 4:14 to go. What I like about these two teams in general, we are 4:14 to go before the game comes to an end. It's 44-27. Richland, man, they're not stopping. Chadwick, they're not stopping. I like that, but that's good competitiveness because these two teams, they could see each other again down the road.
Absolutely. Hopefully they will. And like I said, it's getting to play them this early in the season. Not able to convert on that at all, which is frustrating, but it'll be good for them later on in the year.
Going to get a whistle here and a foul. It's going to be on Dotery, I believe, number 34. Picks up his foul, and that's going to be 2 free throws coming up. Bank of Grandin free throws are on the way. Richland down at 44-27. Nice. Nothing but net that time. And Daughtery now will take a seat. Second one is on the way. It's 44-28. And knocks them both down. Tilley able to knock them both down at 44-29. Defensive pressure by Sean Cole. Good move now. Gets it over to Preston Kenyon. And Buren, wide open lane. Missing the shot. Rebounded, try to rebound by Garrison. Come up missing on that. And we're going to get a foul by Kenyon on the other end. And we're going to shoot 2 more free throws for the Rebels.
How are the Rebels doing on their free throw shooting this evening, Frankie?
The Rebels so far are 6 out of 12. In the first half, they were 2 out of 6 or 4 out of 6 here in this half. You ask, I deliver.
You are right on the money on that. I don't see how you can do so well keeping up with all that, plus drinking that bottle of green stuff, whatever that is.
Tilley missing that first free throw.
Gremlin juice.
Gremlin juice. 65 now watching us on Facebook. Over 65 watching us on Facebook. 250 on YouTube. Good pass, good play. Chadwick, 45, or make that 46-29. Good job defensively. It is 3 minutes and 20 seconds. It is 46-29. Tim's got about a 15-minute drive home. Mine's about an hour 20.
And then back at it again tomorrow.
Back at it tomorrow morning. We'll get here about 7:30 or so.
He'll probably have you some Gremlin juice already made up for you.
I've already got it made up. Good three-pointer by Tilley, presented by our good friends at Country Road Market. 46-32. It's back to within 14. Going to get a foul here by Richland.
Little handsy.
14 fouls by the Rebels. And we're going to see coming in Hayden Connor now. He'll check in for Tucker Hughes. Going to sub in offense for defense now. The remainder of this ball game. Tucker, or make that Smith, as he's going to go coast to coast. Tristan Smith. He's got 10. Long NBA range. A three-pointer is no good. Cold shot is no good. Under 3 minutes to play. And we get an offensive foul on Tristan Smith. And that brings some of these Richland fans on their feet. So Hughes now coming back in the ball game. Big crowd here tonight in the stands, watching us on Facebook, watching us on YouTube. Nice shot there by Mr. Hughes. It's 48-34. And we've got a whistle here, and I believe we got a timeout. We do. Timeout on the floor. It's going to be called by the Cardinals. It is a full timeout, so we'll step away right along with them. They've got one timeout left. Let's hear from our good friends at Barker's Towing and Auto Repair. We'll come right back at the Current River Challenge presented by First Midwest Bank.
Barker's Towing and Auto Repair. As the name suggests, Barker's does more than just towing.
Here at Barker's, we offer a complete line of automotive services, including tires, brakes, alignments, maintenance, and repair.
And for our car enthusiasts, you'll enjoy our speed shop for quality performance parts.
We are locally owned and look forward to earning your business.
And for those times that you need a tow, Barker's Towing is available 24/7 for all of your towing and auto recovery needs.
It's Barker's by request. 573-785-7811.
Remember, it's Barker's by request, 785-7811. Also being brought to you by First Midwest Bank and Power Financial Group, Missouri Highlands Healthcare, PB Realty Legacy Farm and Land Specialist, Senator Jason Bean, Country Road Market, S&T Contracting. Also being brought to you by our good friends at Van Buren Tire, Lay It On Me Graphics, Countryside Chevrolet and Donovan, and being brought to you by Turner Excavating, LLC, proud supporters of the Current River Challenge. 48-34 the score. All right, coming up on the 2-minute, there was a quick steal.
Look at this, Garrison. I mean,
2-on-1 break, and Hughes could not make the shot, and we've got a whistle, player down for the Chadwick Cardinals, and that was going to be Tristan Smith.
That was not Garrison. That's Smith. He hustled down there and sacrificed himself to get in front of Tucker, but may have hurt himself a little bit in the process.
Hope he's okay. You don't want to see anybody get hurt, no doubt about that. Chadwick is down to one timeout. Richland, they've got 3 timeouts.
They just need more time.
48-34.
That's terrible. Well, the Richland fans are still.
Garrison went for the one-handed jam. It went back to Little. He's trying to give us a show here tonight. Under 2 minutes now. Chadwick on their way to their first win of the season. Last 2 times that these 2 teams have met up, Chadwick has got the better of them.
Chadwick's a solid team. I mean, Garrison, like we mentioned, is their ace in the hole, but they're strong. They handle the ball well. They don't turn the ball over a lot.
I was going to say, I know that he's the ace in the hole, but they've turned it over 13 times, but they can move the ball very, very effectively. Creek Guerin is going to go up for the free throws presented by the Bank of Grandin, and he may have to come out. I think he's got some blood possibly on the uniform there, or maybe sweat in his eye. A little bit of sweat there in his eye. Make sure he's okay. He's got the all clear. And he'll come back for 2 free throws presented by the Bank of Grandin. Were you a good free throw shooter back in the day?
That was the only thing I was good at.
The only thing you were good at.
I was usually on the right side of the water jug guarding the water. But I played.
1:33 to play here in the ball game. First one is up, and it is good. 49-34. I don't think he missed a free throw his entire 4 years of high school.
That's pretty good.
I'm not sure how many he attempted. Guerin now with the missed shot. Here comes Hughes and company. 49-34 the score. Another turnover. Unforced turnover.
Our warm-up jerseys in high school, we put our nicknames on the back of it. Any guesses on what my nickname was?
Mountain Dew.
Lowrider.
Lowrider.
That's not a good nickname for a basketball player.
Garrison is going to go up 25 points. He is closer now to being named our Senator Jason Bean a player of the game. All right, what was the lowrider about? I'll bite.
Yeah, that was in reference to my vertical jump.
Okay. Tilly, three-pointer is no good. Garrison still on the floor. Jump ball, it's going to stay with the Rebels. 51-34 the score. Garrison, 25 points, 6 rebounds. He has shot the ball 12 of 18 overall, 67%. He's going to be named our player of the game tonight. High arcing shot by Tilly. 51-36 now. Well, Dave, I appreciate the opportunity you coming up here, my friend.
It's a blast.
It's a different perspective being up here.
It is.
Can't yell, you can't scream. You got to just call it like you see it.
Well, basketball in the state of Missouri is great. Stoddard County basketball is, there are 7 schools in Stoddard County. Stoddard County Conference actually is 8 teams. We bring in Woodland from Bollinger County.
Yep.
But Stoddard County basketball is, to me, there is nothing better. And
we're going to see a lot of fresh jerseys out there. Gentry, Gilbert, Connor Cantrell, Thayer Little, also Colin Johnson, Wyatt Lance is all out for the Chadwick Cardinals. And we're going to get a quick turnover there with 18.7 seconds remaining.
Well, I don't know how many of your viewers are from the Chadwick area, but they have a heck of a team. I know
they do.
Small school, and but they've got some really good guys that play well together.
So Jacob Wally gets his first bucket of the ball game. 51-38, and that's going to be about it. Day one is coming to a close. And it is final score, 51-38. Chadwick picks up their first win of the season. The Rebels go to 0-1, but hey, good luck to you guys going forward this season.
Thank you very much.
And I know Richland will be there in the end where it matters the most.
It's the first game of the year. They're finding out who they are. I think they'll be a good team, and I think they'll get better as the year goes on. And like I said, hopefully we will be seeing Chadwick again.
I bet you do. Well, safe travels back to Richland, your hour and 45-minute drive.
Well, my father-in-law's driving, so we'll get there a little bit quicker than that. But
I didn't hear that. All right. Well, thank you so much, Dave, for the opportunity. Safe travels, my friend.
Thank you, Frank.
You betcha. Dave Wyman joining us live here on Set. Our player of the game tonight, obviously, it's no secret. We can get right into it. Our player of the game is Clayton Garrison, 25 points, 6 boards. Shot the ball very effectively, 67% overall. He was 12 of 18 tonight. That is impressive. So let's go ahead and let's wrap it up tonight. Day one is in the books. We've had a lot of fun here tonight, that's for sure. Real quickly, let's go over some of the scoring, or I should say the wins here today. Greenville got the win earlier in game one, 62-34. It was Billings over Winona by 3, 46-43. Another three-point game. It was Kennett Lady Indians over Van Buren, 52-49. And then Pocahontas getting a 5-point win over Bakersfield, 52-47. The Eminence Red Wings, a 4-point win over Neelyville, 59-55. Van Buren all over Delta, 97-62. And then Chadwick here tonight, 51-38. There is the schedule for tomorrow. We will kick things off at 10 a.m. Greenville takes on Dora. Summersville takes on Donovan beginning at 11:30. At 1 o'clock, Liberty Mountain View takes on Twin Rivers. It'll be Alton taking on East Carter beginning at 2:30. And then the Puxico Indians against Chadwick at 4. That'll be a barn burner right there. Kennett will take on Mountain Grove at 5:30. and then it'll be Woodland taking on the Van Buren Bulldogs. So make sure and join us tomorrow for day two of this year's Current River Challenge presented by First Midwest Bank. All right, real quickly, let's say a big shout out to all of our sponsors really quickly, and then we will end tonight. Let's say thank you so much to our good friends who made all this possible here tonight. First Midwest Bank, first and foremost, also being brought to you by Barker's Towing and Auto Repair, Empower Financial Group USA, Missouri Highlands Healthcare, also being brought to you by PB Realty, Legacy Farm and Land Specialist, Bank of Grandin, Senator Jason Bean, Country Road Market, also being brought to you by S&T Contracting, Van Buren Tire, Lay It On, Me Graphics here in Van Buren. Also being brought to you by Countryside Chevrolet, Comfort Kings of Southeast Missouri, McSpadden Funeral Home of Van Buren and Elsinore. Also being brought to you by Turner Excavating LLC, Keith Parker, Missouri Farm Bureau Agent. Also being brought to you by Jumpin' Reynolds and Mizell's Rock and Dirt. Proud supporters of the Current River Challenge. It has been presented tonight by our good friends at First Midwest Bank. All right, so that is it. The show is over tonight, but that's all right. We have a lot going on tomorrow. We are back on the air around 9:40 tomorrow. It'll be day number 2, an amazing, amazing showcase. We can't wait to be back. For Tim Hicks, I'm Frankie Castile. Thank you again for tuning in tonight. You've been watching live exclusive coverage. It is the 19th annual Current River Challenge. It has been presented by First Midwest Bank. Good night.